The study session of the Aurora City Council from Monday, February 1st, 2021 is called to order. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Kaufman.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen.
Here.
Councilmember Berzins.
Here.
Councilmember Coombs.
Present.
Councilmember Gardner.
Here.
Councilmember Gruber.
Here.
Councilmember Hiltz.
Here.
Councilmember Lawson.
Here.
Councilmember Johnston.
Here.
Councilmember Marcano.
Present.
And Councilmember Murillo.
Present.
There's a quorum.
There is no mayor's update. Are there any issue updates? Seeing none, if I can have approval of the consent calendar to move items number 2A and 2B forward. Is there any objection to that? Seeing none, then items 2A and 2B will move forward. Civil Service Commission interviews. I want to defer to the clerk to talk about the process that we're going to undergo.
Yes, Mayor. There will be approximately 20 minutes allotted for each interview, and the whole interview process will last approximately 20 hours. The candidate will have 2 minutes to introduce themselves and explain why they are interested in serving on the commission. There will be 10 questions asked to each candidate, and council members will rotate asking questions in alphabetical order. There will be 2 minutes allotted for each question. We try to ask that the same questions are asked of each candidate. The candidate will be given 1 minute to provide any final comments they would like to make. I will be keeping track of the allotted times and will let the candidate know when they have reached their 2 minutes. Discussion of the interviews and the appointment of 2 commission members will be done at the February 8th regular council meeting.
All right.
The applicant to be interviewed is Leandra Steed.
Okay. Leandra Steed, you have 2 minutes for opening remarks.
I'm sorry, Mayor, we're trying to get her on the line right now.
Okay.
I'm sorry, it seems like she's having some challenge getting on the WebEx, so she's about to call in. So it'll just be 1 minute.
Excuse me, Mayor. The papers are getting a loud feedback. If you're able to mute, I don't know if it's just my headset or anyone else is getting that. Thanks.
Mayor, I have a question.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen.
Yes, since the first candidate is not able to get on camera, would we possibly consider moving the order of the interviews? I think it's helpful to have them on camera when we're asking questions and getting answers.
Let me defer to the clerk, but I believe the candidates have been given specific times.
Yes, I don't know if she's having technical difficulties. She's not able to download WebEx, and so she's calling in right at this moment.
Is she on the line now?
No, Mayor, she hasn't. We just got off the phone with her and she let us know that she was calling in right now. So we'll give her 1 more minute.
Okay.
Okay, Mayor, she is on the line right now.
Okay, Leandra Steed,
This is
you
Dr.
have,
Hi, how are you? I apologize for me being struggling in the.
no, it's not necessary. Let's just get going here.
And
And
we see her now.
you have 2 minutes. This is Mayor Mike Hoffman. You have, and thank you for joining us. You have 2 minutes to give an overview of your background and why you're interested in this position.
Hi, my name is Lee Steed, and I am a longtime let's see, resident of Aurora. I am a graduate of Hinckley, and my daughter is going to graduate from Hinckley as well. I feel that the reason why I would like to be a part of this commission is because there are just some things I think we need to be open-minded about when it comes to hiring, when it comes to looking at things through a different lens. And I think that I do possess that. I know that I am a woman of color. I have, I work currently with Fifth Grade Education Colorado, and I know that we are really bringing in that conversation of equity. I'm also the education chair for Aurora NAACP, and I've done countless other works throughout our community and the state. And so I feel that what I bring to the table is just a different view of what policing should look like. I feel that police is not just a one-way street. I think policing, when you're talking about policing a community, you need to have all voices in this conversation, and I feel that that's what I do bring to this commission.
Mayor, you're muted.
Mayor Pro Tem Berzins for the first question.
Did you mean Bergen?
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen.
Thank you. Well, thank you for applying for the commission. This is really an important position. So my question is, when commissioners conduct disciplinary hearings, do you think they should consider public opinion when making their decisions? Deciding on a case brought before the Civil Service Commission is akin to jury duty.
I do believe so, because it impacts the community. Any dealings with people in your neighborhood, in your community, it should have that voice in there as well. So yes, I do.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Second question, Councilmember Berzins.
Thank you. Thank you for coming tonight. I know it is tough to get on WebEx sometimes. We all go through that, and especially if you're not used to it, it can be a real bear sometimes.
Right. I'm a Zoom kind of girl. I think we all are pretty much, but yes.
Yeah, we do it all, and they all have their problems. but thank you. I appreciate you coming. And I don't know how much you know about the Civil Service Commission, but it's really like no other commission that the city has. And that you get paid. You hold the careers of people in your hands, and it's not only them, but it's their families too. So it affects a lot of people, and it also reflects on the city. So this is a really, really important commission. So I just have a simple question. In today's world, are you confident that you can be objective and unbiased in discipline hearings and the hiring processes, and why?
I think I can be. I think I have that lens because of just, and I say this due to my age. I've seen a lot, and just have just seen how when things are, and not to say that age is the major factor, but I've just seen a lot in my lifetime. And I've seen what happens when you hire people who are ill-equipped to do the work. You not only harm the people who you are supposed to protect, but you harm the community's trust. And so I feel that that is a major issue that we all need to understand, that this is absolutely, this is critical. This is more critical than probably any other position that I will ever step into. So this is an opportunity, I think, to take that into consideration. Take that into consideration that yes, we're dealing with human beings. We're dealing with lives. We're dealing with not just the here and now, but in our future. And so the
Thank you,
people.
Leah. That was your 2 minutes. I'm
Oh,
sorry.
okay, no problem.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Third question, Councilmember Coombs.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Lee, for joining us this evening. So my question is with respect to equity. We have seen from presentations in our Public Safety Policy Committee that the city has a much higher rate of not completing the process or not making it through all of the steps for applicants who are people of color in Aurora when we're trying to hire police officers in particular. But this, I think, applies to both police and fire, which is just what are your ideas about what we can do as a city, not only to attract qualified candidates from diverse backgrounds, but also to ensure that we end up hiring qualified candidates from diverse backgrounds.
Well, I think probably we may have to stretch beyond the Aurora boundaries. We may want to look into, go out to Denver, even go into other cities to recruit some of these talents that we are missing out on, and also too, we may want to. My recommendation is to start young. I think kids don't see themselves in these positions because they don't see a lot. But I think we have an opportunity to change that if we start talking to kids now, talking and grooming them for this position, letting them know this is a possibility, this is something that you can do, you can achieve, and also too, we need to walk people through this process. We know that a lot of kids, you know, they're struggling in school right now, so we want to make sure that maybe what we can do is bring in the police department, bring in the school system, and create this kind of union where we are actually being intentional on the recruitment of these children and moving forward.
Thank you, Councilmember Gardner.
Hi, Leandra. Thanks for being here. So my question, serving on the Civil Service Commission may require you to make disciplinary decisions based on evidence presented rather than your own opinions and preferences. So tell me a little bit about how you would approach decision-making process if you were on the Civil Service Commission when reviewing disciplinary action taken by the police or fire chief.
I think you have to hear all stories, and you have to have all the evidence, and you have to be just mindful of what you're looking at. If you don't understand, absolutely reach out to people who do know, who have done the work. And like you said, like once was said before, these are people's lives you're dealing with. So to make a haphazard um, decision is not beneficial for anybody. And so I definitely bringing in for me, because this is something new, I would definitely ask as many questions as possible and bring in all views of the issue.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Hiltz.
Thank you. Hello, and thank you for applying. I was going to ask about hiring, but since we already talked about that, I'm going to pivot a little bit. As you know, we have a rank structure in the police and fire departments. So my question is twofold. Do you believe that a commanding officer's directive should ever be questioned? And do you believe it's the role of the commission to question those directives?
I think that's the commission's work. I mean, that's why it's put into place. That's my assumption, that we have to question even those people who don't feel they should be questioned. Absolutely. Everybody has to be held accountable. And this is an opportunity for that individual to tell their story, and we can get some clarity on whatever the issue may be.
Councilmember Gruber.
Good evening, and thank you for joining us.
Mm-hmm.
Commissioners review background investigations and findings on applicants to determine who's hired for the police and fire department. Please describe any experience you have in this type of hiring process.
I have no background in that. I haven't, to be honest, I have not done any type of hiring such as that. So,
thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Councilmember Johnston.
Thank you. Thank you, Lee, for applying and being here. I want to talk about the Civil Service Commission staff. It's different than other cities. For us as council, we don't oversee staff. The city manager doesn't. The Civil Service Commission actually does with the administrator. So I'd like to get your thoughts on having some accountability with the civil service staff that we have, and how you would work to communicate ideas that you may want to see implemented, and then also have an accountability evaluation system for civil service staff.
I think how I would just take it, it would definitely be something that I would want to know each member, and definitely to have an opportunity to have a coffee with and just sit and know that individual, know their background, just as I would like for them to know mine as well. And I think that right there, we could be able to talk some issues through, even if we have to maybe agree to disagree on some issues, and that's okay. And being respectful of each other's background and of who we are and what we also bring to the table, and don't discount that. As far as, let's see, Councilwoman Johnson, what was the second question? I apologize. What was
No, I think you actually touched upon it. It's just that it's unique in terms of accountability or evaluation. All of our other structures within the city, the council or the manager oversee that staff. And with the Civil Service Commission, it's the administrator of the Civil Service Commission is, I guess, overseen by the Civil Service Commission. But I've just noticed that there's just some, it's not always as formalized as with those other entities in the city. But I think you touched upon it, unless there's anything else you wanted to add.
No.
I'm sorry, council member, that was the 2 minutes.
Sorry, Lee. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Lawson.
Hi, Lee. Sorry.
Hi.
How are you? Thank you for applying. I
Absolutely.
guess one of my questions, it was already taken about the hiring process. So with that in mind, can you tell me about an experience or thoughts on what is seemingly is a race-blind process but has disparate outcomes?
Repeat that again?
Can you please tell me about an experience or thoughts on what seemingly is a race-blind process but has disparate outcomes?
A race-blind process.
And as you know, let me kind of just explain a little bit. The Civil Service Commission, I mean, it has a race, I mean, it has a seemingly blind, race blind process. However,
Okay.
there has been outcomes that are disparate outcomes. So as it relates to that.
I see. Like just like removing their name. I see, and their race, and looking up on that. Um, gosh, Councilwoman Lawson, I to be honest, I have to. That is difficult for me to answer, and I'm trying to think here. How you would level the playing field
Well,
with
maybe
that.
how would you put it into a policy or process on the Civil Service Commission?
Okay.
What would be something that you would do, or something that you would support to deal with that issue?
I think I would, just to see how individuals answer different questions. I mean, not everybody is going to answer questions correctly. I would like to look at the way the questions are asked, and that's just like looking at your school, like CMAS. You know, they have a huge disparity in that process too. I would love to see what the questions are, and how individuals are dealt with in that process. Just looking at the hiring process, or looking at the testing process that is given to the individuals. And
I'm sorry, Leah, you have about 5 more seconds.
okay, I think that's it for me.
Thank you.
Councilmember McConnell.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for joining us, Lee.
Mm-hmm.
My question for you is that the FBI has long been concerned with white supremacists, militia extremists, and sovereign citizen extremists attempting to infiltrate law enforcement and other public service roles. If appointed, what changes, if any, would you suggest to the backgrounding process for the Civil Service Commission in order to discourage these kinds of individuals for applying for civil service roles in Aurora?
Oh wow. I would think. I think you would have to really to do background checks on individuals such as that. I know currently what we're seeing is people, I mean, going into their social media accounts and looking into that, maybe asking, friends and neighbors, and maybe going even further back to what they have done in as far as high school goes. That is, I mean, a lot of things fall through the cracks. But I feel that once that is brought to your attention, immediate steps need to be taken, and that needs to be, and they need to be removed. Absolutely. I hope that answered that. Okay.
Councilmember Murillo.
Thanks, Mayor. Hi, Lee. It's good to see you. Thank you for applying. As you know, one of the objectives of the Civil Service Commission is to meet the City Council's goal of providing a safer community. Can you define what a safer community means to you?
I think a safer community, what we all would want is to, one, not be afraid of the people who are here to protect us. That's number one. Have that trust in those, in that role, and also be able to, I mean, just the basics, able to, to go out after a certain time, able to not be concerned about if your vehicle is vandalized or stolen. Um, but I think it's really going to have to start from the top, and when it comes to people's trust, a lot of people have that no snitching rule, and I think that it's, I mean, it stems from a lot of things. It's like, okay, do we even trust the people who we're talking to? And I think that this is an opportunity where the police commission and the police department can work with community to build that trust. And I think it's going to start small, but we have to start somewhere.
Thank you.
Leander Steed, I want to thank you so much for being with us tonight and for applying for the Civil Service Commission. And you have 1 minute for final comments.
I just appreciate you all allowing me to say hello and to speak this evening. And I'm looking forward to working with this council, even on the commission or otherwise. So I appreciate you all, and that is my time. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Clerk, do we have Brooke Gabrielli?
Yes, she is on the line, Mayor, and she's ready to be interviewed.
Is she on the phone line or is she going to be WebEx?
I am on WebEx. Hello.
Okay.
Accept.
We don't have a visual. Oh, there we go. Okay, somewhat.
There we go.
There we go. Okay,
Hi,
good.
everyone. Good evening.
Okay. Well, Brooke, thank you so much for joining us tonight, and thank you for applying for the Civil Service Commission. And can you, you have 2 minutes to tell us about your background and why you want to be on the Civil Service Commission.
Okay, great. Thank you. Well, first of all, I just want to say thank you for the opportunity and for the time to be here. And I'm excited to be able to chat with all of you tonight about what I can offer to the Civil Service Commission. I've lived in Aurora nearly my whole life. I was born in Aurora and then grew up in unincorporated Arapahoe County that became Centennial. But for my entire adult life, with the exception of 1 year when I was in Arizona, I've either been a renter or now a homeowner in the city of Aurora. And more recently, I've become a lot more actively engaged and have been looking for a way to just give of my time more to help make Aurora the city that can be the best city it can be. And so really I'm looking forward to this opportunity, because when I decided to look into joining a commission or a board, it was really important to me that I chose one to apply for that I knew I had the skills and background and experience to support and to really give something to. So along with that, my personal background, I work in education. I've been in education for close to 13 years now. I have a bachelor's in English with a minor in government and a master's in school counseling. And I've both taught in an English classroom and am currently a school counselor. And so I think that brings a really unique perspective for me to the commission, both in regards to equity and a systems approach that I use in the schools that I think I can really bring to the commission. So I'm excited to get started. Thank you. Mayor, I think you're muted.
First question from Mayor Pro Tem Bergen.
Thank you. And thank you, Brooke, for applying to the Civil Service Commission. It's a really important commission. My question is, when the commissioners conduct disciplinary hearings, do you think that they should consider public opinion when making their decisions? And just real quick, and deciding a case brought before the Civil Service Commission is akin to jury duty.
Okay, so you're just, that second part was just a kind of follow-up explanation.
Yes, sorry.
Okay, all right, thank you. Yes. I think that with disciplinary action, it's tough to include public opinion within that because there's so much that the public doesn't have an opportunity to know. And when looking at disciplinary action, it's really important that commissioners are focusing on the facts, that they're laying out every side of the situation in front of them. And I think we know that in the court of public opinion, it's rare that all of those facts are available to those who have that opinion. And I do think that as a commissioner, it may be tough to try to avoid that public opinion, but that's something that if appointed, I would really work to make sure I'm working through any bias that comes from that public opinion and truly focusing right on those facts. So to answer directly, I would say, no, I think that we would need to be careful of bringing public opinion into disciplinary hearings, simply because no one is going to have full access to all of the information necessary to make an educated decision on that.
Thank you very much.
Councilmember Berzins. Next question from Councilmember Berzins.
Thank you, and thank you, Brooke, for coming tonight. I don't know how much you know about the Civil Service Commission, but it's really like no other commission that we have in the city because you get paid and you make decisions that not only affect the person who's either applying to get hired or disciplinary action, that you affect them and their families. And what you decide reflects on the city too. It's not just you, it's not the commission, it's the whole city. So, simple question. In today's world, are you confident that you can be objective and unbiased in discipline hearings and in the hiring process, and why?
Yeah, I think that's a really important question. So thank you for asking it. And I am confident that I can be unbiased, that I can be objective. And there's a lot of different reasons for that. One is because of everything you listed at the beginning of your question. This is something that I take really seriously in serving my community and serving my city. I know that I have to come back and answer to my neighbors who I'm close with and other citizens in our community, and probably also the Aurora Sentinel and everything that makes up the community. And so it's really important to me that I'm being thorough and as objective as possible. But we know it's hard to be objective and it's hard to be unbiased. And that's where I would be very conscious of those things and of the necessary duty involved in my role as that. As an educator, I have had a lot of training and a lot of experience in how to recognize bias and how to work through implicit bias. And that's something that I would absolutely bring to the commission in all roles. But I think, as you mentioned, it's particularly important in discipline hearings and really making sure that I'm recognizing that. And, I've mentioned a lot the need to look at everything as a system. And I hope that that's something that if it's not already occurring, that we could bring some of that training into the entire commission as well to really look at how do you make sure you're eliminating any bias that you may have and remaining objective fully within that.
Councilmember Coombs.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Brooke, for joining us this evening and taking the time to interview. My question is about equity in the hiring process. Our police department has a disproportionately large number of people of color who don't make it through the civil service process. And so I'm wondering what you think the Civil Service Commission can do to ensure that we're recruiting and also moving through the process a more diverse pool of employees to serve as both police and firefighters.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is something that I'm really passionate about. And it's probably the number one reason why I chose to apply for the commission. And I could go on for a really long time talking about this. So that's an open invitation who wants to chat about it further, whether I'm appointed or not after the interview tonight. But you're absolutely right. I've spent a lot of time digging into the data and was pretty jarred to see just how distant the data is in regards to particularly applicants who identify as Black. We see that Latino applicants are actually performing a little bit higher, performance not the right term, but being hired at a little bit higher rate. And so for me, as I've looked through the data, I think that we need to look at an entire system overhaul. And you mentioned recruitment as well. And I think that that is a major piece of it, is what is happening at the recruitment level. What are we doing to recruit internally from citizens in the city of Aurora and to retain those citizens into our civil service positions? And so when I say it's a whole systems approach, I think that we really need to look at recruitment and then the Civil Service Commission process for appointment, and then also looking at the departments, working with the chiefs and the city council at looking at reform and retention. Because as civil servants are retained more, then that starts to bode well for the department as a whole and becomes a more appealing department for applicants. So that's on the system level, but on a more fundamental level, I think that there are some flaws within the system that really need to be reviewed. And I can't say fully tonight what all those are, because I would really need to sit and be in it and have conversations and do really deep and thorough research. I can tell you one thing that I've been questioning is the idea of maintaining a colorblind process throughout it. We know with more recent equity work that color blindness is actually opposite of what we want to do in regards of celebrating diversity and bringing diversity into an organization. I don't know for sure if that's the
have about 5 seconds left.
That's all. Thanks, Katie. Thank you, Councilman.
Councilmember Gardner.
Hi, Brooke. Thanks for being here. My question, serving on the Civil Service Commission may require you to make disciplinary decisions based upon the evidence presented rather than your own opinions and preferences. So talk to me a little bit about what your decision-making process would look like if you were a member of the Civil Service Commission reviewing disciplinary action taken by either the police chief or fire chief.
Sure. So first of all, I think that the committee approach is really important. And to have a full commission that within that committee, that's a piece of those checks and balances, make sure that the opinion, the personal opinion is being eliminated from that. But similar to what Mayor Pro Tem Bergen asked, it would really be focusing on the facts, making sure that we're looking at what's laid out in front of us. It is, my understanding that that's all coming from attorneys, but we can only go off of what we're given. And I think it's really important to just focus on those black and white facts as far as what is the situation leading to it, as opposed to potentially bringing in personal opinion. Now, once again, as I said about bias, personal opinion is hard to eliminate. And so it's always just recognizing when is that coming up and recognizing, okay, that's a little bit of my opinion coming in. I need to turn away from that and focus on the facts. But that's where I think continuing to chat together with the full commission as a committee approach makes a really big difference in making sure that those discipline hearings are fair to all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Gruber.
Brooke, you obviously understand the role of the commission given the answers that you had so far. So my question kind of reviews what you've said. Commissioners review background investigations and findings on applicants to determine who's hired for police and the fire department. Please describe any experience you have in this type of hiring process.
Yeah, so just to clarify, you're asking specifically about the background investigation portion.
Actually, your experience in hiring.
Oh, so just experience in hiring in general? Okay, great, thank you. I'm glad I clarified that then. So I actually have quite a bit of experience in hiring through the education system. And I've had quite a few opportunities at a couple of different schools to be, whether it's more of a direct hire for a support position or a committee hire for a certified position. And I see a lot of crossover between the two. And in many ways of one, they're pretty, well, the civil servants are more high liability and more high risk than educators, but particularly in my line of work, pretty high liability. The background piece is very important. So I don't have experience directly within hiring civil servants, but I do have experience, quite a wealth of experience in hiring public servants, and see a lot of crossover. And that's where that experience that I have a lot of it is focused on increasing diversity within the education workplace. We are dealing with many of the same issues as police and fire, with trying to increase that diversity and make sure that our workforce mirrors our citizens or our students in our population. But I have quite a few years of experience of that and will always rely on that committee approach. And I think that the storming and norming piece and discussion that occurs throughout the process and after final interviews, things like that is really important to the process.
Thank you, Brooke.
Thank you.
Councilmember Hiltz.
Thank you. Thank you so much for being here. My question is twofold. So in organizations like police and fire, there's that ranked structure. So do you believe that a commanding officer's directive should ever be questioned? And is it the role of the commission to question those police and fire directives?
So the first part of your question, can I clarify, Councilmember Hiltz? When you say should it be questioned, do you mean within a decision within the moment or afterward? So maybe going back on reflection.
Either one. I will leave that to you.
Okay, all right, fair enough. Well, maybe we'll address both. So I do have a lot of friends and family members who serve within police, fire, as well as military. And I know that within the moment, it is sometimes very difficult to question a ranking officer's decision. And we know it's high pressure jobs, and that it's tricky if you're going to question it in the moment, and sometimes can be a result of life, death, safety situations. So I'm not going to say that it should never be questioned, because sometimes the right decision simply isn't being made. But I think it's a little bit harder to question when it's in the moment. Now, after the fact and in reflection, I think that we always grow by questioning that. And it would be really hard for someone to come question their superior, but maybe that's leading toward growth in the department and growth for that superior as well as everyone involved. And so I think it's less problematic to question in that case, when it is more, how can we do better? And that's something, I'm a person who always wants to challenge the status quo. And so I will always encourage people to ask that question of how can we do better? And I would hope that the chiefs and captains and those in supervisory roles are doing the same, are questioning, was this the right choice to make? As far as that being the decision of the commission to make, I think that becomes a little bit more gray area for the commission. If it's not a discipline hearing that's coming forward, I am not a police officer. I am not a firefighter. And that is not my area of expertise. And so if I don't have that full wealth of knowledge, I don't fully believe it's my role to start to question decision making. However, if it was brought to us as, let's have a conversation, let's talk about this, or let's look at reform with decision making, I would absolutely be open to the opportunity to engage in that.
Councilmember Marcano. I'm sorry, stand corrected. Councilmember Johnston.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Brooke, for being here and applying. My question is about the structure, the staffing with the Civil Service Commission. As you may know, it's unique from our other areas of our city where we don't have the city manager overseeing it, or council in terms of doing evaluations. So I just wanted to get your thoughts on having some accountability with the civil service staff and that communication, and how you would address that if you were on the Civil Service Commission.
So you're speaking of staff, not fellow commissioners, correct?
Just staff, yes.
Okay, and accountability of staff toward commissioners, or commissioners toward staff?
Yeah, accountability of staff toward commissioners, but also they set a lot of the rules and the administration, and we don't really have a formal process for overseeing that. So I just wanted to see your thoughts, since they report to the Civil Service Commission.
Okay, great, thank you. Well, I look at all of this as a series of checks and balances, right? Which is a major reason why the commission exists in the first place. And so to maintain that checks and balances, it's sounding a little bit like, based off of your question, there might be room to clean things up a little bit, for lack of better terms, to make things more direct and uniform. As I've said a few times, I'm a big systems person. And so that's something that I would probably spend a lot of hours of my own time trying to look at. What's the cleanest system? How can things be streamlined, linear, so that there's no question? And I think that in any organization, that's really important, that everyone involved knows exactly what's expected, that everyone involved knows exactly how a process works. And so that sounds like it's just, simply adding some systemic organization to it. But I do really want to come back to that one thing that I love, and that's a big reason why I'm applying for the commission, is that it is that citizens working with staff, and that's a really important partnership. And so I'd want that partnership to continue. But just make sure that things are more clear in regards to expectations. Does that kind of, did I talk about it correctly with what you're asking? Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Councilmember Lawson.
Hi, Brooke. Thank you for applying. My question, hi, how are you? My question is, you kind of touched on this about race, the race blind process. So my specific question is this. the Civil Service Commission is seemingly a race-blind process, but there are outcomes that have disparate impacts. Can you go a little bit in depth in a short time on your thoughts on this, and how would you address this issue if you get onto the Civil Service Commission?
Yeah, so this is something that I've been spending quite a bit of time looking at. And once again, I don't have all the answers because I don't think I have access to all of the information right now. And so if I was appointed to the commission, it's something that I would really want to look into in depth. Because my comment earlier to Councilmember Coombs's question regarding colorblindness is right now that's more, it's at the appointment part, but there's also a large process prior to that through testing, through polygraph. And much of the systemic, it truly very well probably is systemic racism that is built into those processes. And I can't speak fully into what that is, or is it particular questions, but I have a lot of wondering about it, particularly when you look at the minimum qualifications. I have the data in front of me right now, so I'm sorry, I'm looking to the side. I believe it's at the ergometrics. No, it's minimum qualifications is where the largest drop, particularly for applicants who identify as Black or African American. It is a huge drop just through minimum qualifications. And so that leads me to wonder, do we need to reflect on what are those minimum qualifications? And is there maybe some bias or some racism built in to that process right there that needs to be adjusted? And I know that you all have gone through some studies, and I've been able to review those studies a little bit as well, but would really, really be interested in going in depth to reviewing that process and looking at how can we be more thoughtful and thorough, and always checking our bias and always looking at that system to make sure that there is not innate racism and really bias towards other populations as well. We're also talking about gender. We're talking about sexual orientation here. There's a lot of underrepresented populations that are not making it through the very early parts of this process. So when that's happening, that to me, in my beliefs, that's not something about the people applying, that's something about the system that we need to look at and correct.
Councilmember McConnell.
All right. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Brooke, for being here tonight. My question for you is that the FBI has long been concerned with, quote, white supremacists, militia extremists, and sovereign citizen extremists attempting to infiltrate law enforcement and other public service roles. If appointed, what changes, if any, would you suggest to the backgrounding process for the Civil Service Commission in order to discourage these individuals from applying for civil service roles in our city?
Yeah, that's a really important question and very relevant, very timely and relevant right now. This is one that, once again, I don't have all the answers for you, Councilmember Marcano. But as I've mentioned a lot of times, I think we need to do a thorough review of this process. And I don't know enough about the background investigation process to know if that is currently coming up in it or not. So that would be a question I would have to ask. I do know that, as you mentioned, the FBI has information about domestic servants who are considered extreme or who are considered domestic terrorists. And so I absolutely hope that that is coming up in investigation. And if it's not, then that is something that needs to be identified right away to make that adjustment to the process. And I also do think, though, that as we talk about looking at maybe a little bit larger overhaul of this process, would some factors that say someone was not identified in the background investigation that fits the description you're explaining, I hope that we can look at the process a little bit more and some of the questions to see, are there other areas along the way that those could be identified? I know that right now oral boards are not part of the process. And for me, what's missing there is the sensitivity piece and the commitment to diversity piece. And how can we interact with people who are different than us, speaking from an applicant's point of view. And I don't really see an area in the process right now where we as a commission can identify that, where we as a commission can identify that the applicants aren't coming to us with a level of racism or bias or the ability to work through that and interact with citizens in a safe way.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Brooke, thank you again for applying for the Civil Service Commission and for being with us tonight. And you have 1 minute for closing remarks.
Mayor Kaufman,
Oh, yes.
There's one
do you
more.
mind if
Oh,
I
I'm
ask
sorry.
a
Oh,
question?
no. Oh boy. Ouch. Councilmember Rio, sorry about that.
Kind of you.
I stand corrected.
Ouch,
Ouch.
is right. Hi, Brooke. Thank you for being here for your time. As you know, one of the goals of our city council and by proxy, the Civil Service Commission is to provide for a safe Aurora. How would you define a safe Aurora?
Yeah. So I think a safe Aurora goes much deeper than the surface of, not seeing crime or lowering crime rates and things like that. The word safe has a lot of connotations to it, and we can go pretty far in depth about what safety means. And so there's, of course, physical safety, and I'm not going to get too much into physical safety because I think that's more on the surface of, do I feel okay going out at night in my community? And that's absolutely important. But we also need to be looking at psychological safety and emotional safety. And do our citizens feel okay interacting with members of the city and employees of the city? And a piece of that absolutely is our public servants. And I think this actually goes a little bit back to Councilmember Mercano's question that he just asked, and my response to that as well. If we don't have civil servants who are allowing those who they're serving to feel psychologically safe within their presence, then we're not accomplishing that ideal of a safe Aurora. And that's something that needs to be more built into the process. So if appointed as a commissioner, that's something that I would absolutely want to look at. I can speak to my own experiences. I can speak to many student experiences interacting with civil servants. It's both positive and negative, where it all starts with that psychological safety. And so if we don't have that, and if that's not in the process to make sure the people who we're hiring and promoting are committed to that, then I don't think we're ever going to reach our safer Aurora that we're trying to create and maintain.
Thank you. And now, I'm so sorry. Brooke, thank you for applying for the Civil Service Commission. And you have 1 minute for concluding remarks.
All right, thank you. Well, I once again just want to say thank you to all of you for your time. I know that you have a bit of a long night ahead of you, so I appreciate you being here and giving myself and the other applicants an opportunity. I hope more than anything you've just seen that a lot of things that are built into the Civil Service Commission are areas that I'm really passionate about, and they're areas that I'm really passionate about improving the city of Aurora and our public servants through. And I really do want to reiterate that whether I'm appointed or not, I would love to have these conversations. I love to dig into the data. I love to talk about how can we do better? How can we look at fixing some of these problems within our system and really help to improve Aurora as a whole and as a community? So thank you again for your time, and I'm really looking forward to hearing from everyone.
Thank you very much, Brooke.
Thank you. Take care, everyone.
Harold Johnson.
Mayor, we just spoke to Mr. Johnson and he is about to log on right now. We told him that he could log on a little early, so if we can just give him a minute.
Oh, great. Thank you. Katie, do you think we should take a 5-minute break? Is it going to take him a little while?
Patty's on the phone with him again right now. I'm not sure if he was having problems too, but if you'd like to take a 5-minute break,
Yeah.
you're more than welcome to.
The time is now 6:25. The council will stand at recess until 6:30. The time is now 6:30. The study session will reconvene. Do we have Harold Johnson?
Mr. Johnson could not get WebEx to work, so he's calling in right now. We've been on the phone with him for a moment.
Okay. Mr. Johnson?
anyone else getting a lot of background noise?
Yes.
Okay, Harold Johnson is on the line. He was having trouble with WebEx, so it's going to be a phone call. My apologies. And he is ready to go.
Mr. Johnson, Harold Johnson, thank you so much for being with us tonight, and thank you so much for applying for the Civil Service Commission. We'll start out, if you can take 2 minutes and tell us a little bit about your background and why you're interested in being on the Civil Service Commission.
Okay, well, my name's Harold Johnson. I'm a native Coloradoan, born and raised in Denver, Colorado, 66 years old. My education is that my first 9 years of education were Catholic school here in Denver, Loyola, Curie R's, and St. Francis de Sales. Last 3 years, I attended Denver Public Schools and graduated from Denver South High School in 1972. Went on to University of Colorado freshman year and then transferred to Northern Colorado and Greeley and graduated from there in 76. Did my graduate work at Adams State College in Alamosa. It's just dear and dear to my heart. So I have a master's from Adams State. Started my work experience. My degree is from UNC in recreation and worked for Denver Parks and Recreation for 13 years. Came in as a custodial trainee and rose all the way to the rank of director of a center. So I was a director of the largest center at that time in this part of the country, which was Glenarm Recreation Center. Then left that and went to the fire service and started a 25-year with the fire service. With that, I also always coached. So back and forth with coaching, and firefighters have a day off. That's what they do. They, have a day off job. I chose to give back to the community and substitute teach and coach. So coached here around town. Have coached at the college level. Was head coach at a historical Black college and head track coach at Langston University in Oklahoma. In fact, those are the only 2 years of my life that I've not been in the state of Colorado. So I think I'm uniquely qualified being a firefighter. And then my family, my dad, all his buddies were police officers. So I grew up with police officers, became a firefighter, know the ins and outs of what goes on with the fire service and police officers too. So I think I'm uniquely qualified to really let folks know what we need in as far as recruitment, retention, promotion of those said people. Okay.
Mayor, you're muted right now.
First question from Mayor Pro Tem Bergen.
Okay.
Yes, Mr. Johnson, thank you for applying for the Civil Service Commission. It's a really important commission for the city of Aurora. So when deciding on a case brought before the civil service, it's akin to being on a jury duty. When commissioners conduct disciplinary hearings, do you think that they should consider public opinion when making those decisions?
No. You should be aware of and attuned to what is going on with that person at that time, the facts. That's what you have to pay attention to. That's the only being fair, and that's the only way to be fair. Be fair, be consistent, and that means that you pay attention to the facts of what's brought before you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay.
Next question is from Councilmember Berzins.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Johnson, for coming and applying. I'm not sure how much you know about our Civil Service Commission, but it's unlike any other commission that we have. First of all, you get paid for being on this commission. And the decisions that you make reflect the city, and it holds the careers of the people involved, whether they're just applying or whether it's a disciplinary action. You hold their careers in your hands and their families also. So it's a very weighted commission. I only have one question. In today's world, are you confident that you can be objective and unbiased in the discipline hearings and the hiring processes, and why?
Well, definitely confident in that. My background, what I've done speaks to that. You know, when you're a coach and you literally have the lives of these young men and young women in your hands, you have to be objective. You have to do what you know is best for them. And you know, saying what's best for them is if there's rules, there's regulations, there's things written down that have to be done. There are consequences for your behavior, both good and bad. And knowing that we will have the lives and of the families, of the person's career, all of that taken into account, you still must take into account what it is that he or she might have done. And there's, you know, being fair is not treating everyone the same. Being fair is treating everyone individually. You take every situation individually and weigh what happened with that situation, with that person, what their background is, what has happened disciplinarily wise before this happened. And you weigh all that. And hopefully together, I think there's 5 people, you come to a consensus with what would be the best thing, not only for the man or the woman who we are looking at, but also for the city, for the citizens.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Councilmember Coombs.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Johnson, for joining us and taking the time to interview today. In recent reviews of our department's data, it's clear that we have a disproportionately large number of people of color that enter into the applicant pool to become police officers but don't make it through the civil service process. So what can the Civil Service Commission do to ensure that we're recruiting and moving through the process a more diverse pool of employees serving as police and firefighters in our city?
Well, you know, as a Black man who tested for my position with Denver Fire Department, when I retired, I left with the rank of captain. I also tested years ago for police with Aurora Fire and finished very, very high on the test and was not called back. As I told you, I'm a native. Aurora has always had a bad reputation. Just being frank with you, they've always had a bad reputation in terms of diversity. We must come up with a new way to look at people, to recruit people, because you know, as genius Albert Einstein said, you know, to keep doing the same thing and expecting different results is insanity. Something is wrong with the system. I think I can really help with that and let you know what is going wrong with and why that is happening. And if the city of Aurora really would like to be on the cutting edge of changing what is going on in this country with police, then I'm the person to help, I think. We can make changes. We can do the right thing. Part of the thing is that, there's such with fire and police, such a really pressure to go along with what has always happened. So we're talking about changing the culture. And as a coach, as an educator, as a firefighter, I know how to change culture. It's difficult, but you change culture. And that means you have to change things. That usually comes from the outside. You have to bring someone who doesn't owe anybody and doesn't really know anybody. It's hard to change culture from the inside. All those guys know each other. So you promote another guy up the ladder that's probably not going to change. We need to change the culture. And Aurora needs to change theirs. And that means changing what we do with that test. I haven't seen it, but it's pretty much like Denver. It's pretty much like all departments. seem to have a problem.
Mr. Johnson, you have about
recruiting.
5 seconds left. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, that's fine for that question.
Councilmember Gardner.
Hi, Harold. Thanks for being here tonight. Appreciate it. My question, serving on the Civil Service Commission may require you to make disciplinary decisions, review disciplinary decisions based upon evidence presented rather than your own opinions and preferences. So tell me a little bit about how you approach the decision-making process, let's say when you're reviewing disciplinary action taken by either the police chief or fire chief.
I would say that would go back to my experience coaching, as head coach, and particularly at the college level. You have rules and regulations. As I said before, there's consequences for your behavior. Did this person violate a rule or regulation that they knew of? That's why it's important to write everything down. And I like to have people sign off on. They know what the rules are. They know what the regulations are. Then what was the documentation leading up to this charge being brought against this person? What is the evidence and how much evidence do we have? And then, of course, we still have to take in, what the person who is being charged with is, what their story is, what they say happened, and if there's any evidence to back them up. And then you weigh those. You weigh the evidence. And you come up with a fair decision. That's our job, to be fair. And that's why you have to be objective and why you have to look at the evidence and not the person, not female, not male, not white, not black, not Hispanic. You look at the evidence.
Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Gruber.
Thank you, and thank you for being with us here tonight, Harold. Commissioners review background investigations and findings on applicants to determine who is hired for the police and fire department. Please describe any experience you have in this type of hiring process.
Probably closest to that I can say is, when I would be hiring my assistant coaches. You look at their background, you talk to people, you get if they allow that with you folks, you have letters that might be written for a person, and then from there you can ascertain whether or not that's the kind of person that you're looking for. Everyone deserves, I think anyway, a fair chance. But having said that, everyone is not going to meet the qualifications. I'm not a person that believes in, or, if we know we're having trouble right now all across the country. I don't believe in the defund police. I actually want to spend more money because I want to spend money recruiting the right kind of person. All the training in the world is not going to help. We need different people, a different type of person. As a firefighter, 25 years, every time we had diversity training, anything like that, the guys would bellyache, moan, I don't need it, I don't have a problem, blah, 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 blah. And then you check off the box. Jim went to the class, a little 2-hour class. Shirley went to class, 2-hour class. No, we need to recruit different people. If that means that we have to pay more, not defund, we need to spend more money to get the right people. That's what I think.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Councilmember Hiltz.
Thank you. Thank you so much for applying and for being here tonight. My question is twofold. Probably a little bit more personal for you because you've been in one of these departments, but I wanted to know, in organizations like police and fire where there's that rank structure, do you believe that a commanding officer's directive should ever be questioned? And do you believe it's the role of the commission to question those police and fire directives?
Say that one more time for me.
Do you believe that a commanding officer's directives should ever be questioned? And is it the role of the commission to question police and fire directives generally?
Now, when you say the fire commander be questioned, you're talking about, like, let's just say on the fire ground, or or are you talking about the commission past something happening questioning the commanding officer?
Both and either, whichever way you want to take that. So
Okay.
whether that's a police or fire questioning that
For-
directive in the moment or after the fact.
For both police and fire, in the moment, if it is a safety issue, you must be questioned. I've never minded one of my firefighters saying to me, Captain Johnson, I didn't know if you noticed, but such and such is happening. That's what a team does. With police, I think it takes courage, and police should be on the field, as we see sometimes with the George Floyd thing. Someone there, one of those other police officers, should have called him off. He should have been questioned right there at that incident, and that man would be alive, and he wouldn't be in jail or getting ready to go to it. And there's no problem to me with the commission questioning police commanders, fire chiefs about what's going on, when, where, why. It's information. It's communication. When you communicate and you give information, everyone can understand what's going on. And we also can make adjustments if that's not working. Because many times when you're inside of it, the blinders are on and you're so focused, you don't see the other things that might be a better way. And I think that's what we all want, is to do the best job. So we should use all resources at hand, and the commission would be a resource.
Thank you.
Councilmember Johnston.
Thank you. Thank you so much for applying and being with us today. I have a question on the administration with the Civil Service Commission. It's unique, and as you may know, unlike other departments in the city, the administrator of the Civil Service Commission is overseen by the Civil Service Commission itself. So I wanted to see your thoughts on having some accountability for the staff if you were to be serving on the commission, and your communication and interaction with staff if you were a commissioner.
Well, I think if this is what you're asking, I think that communication is paramount. Listening to people is paramount. Getting feedback, to interact. One of the best things you can do is to brainstorm with the whole group, so that everyone feels empowered to say what they need to say and know that their opinion is valued. Everyone should be held accountable for what it is that we're trying to accomplish and what it is we're trying to do. If there's a certain goal that we have, and we have a criteria and we have steps to get to that goal, then we have to be accountable for what happens, good or bad. And the accountability is, why didn't this happen? And then, of course, the positive thing is it shows why it did happen. But communication and accountability, but that the need to listen to other people, to look at the other side, to keep an open mind. Because whereas you might think one thing, when we start talking and start discussing and start researching, you find out that it's something different. But if you don't allow everybody to feel comfortable to say what they believe and to come forward with what they think, you can't really do the best job.
Thank you.
Councilmember Lawson.
Mr. Johnson, thank you for applying. My question to you is this. The Civil Service Commission is a seemingly race-blind process but there are outcomes that have disparate impacts. What are your thoughts on this, and how would you address it if you were on the Civil Service Commission?
Well, it's when somebody tells me that they're colorblind, that's just not true. We have, systemic racial problems in this country. It's going to come up. And, I'm a Black man. I've lived for 66 years and have worked for the city pretty much my entire life, I still believe that I am fair and objective. While I know that one great thing about coaching is you get to meet so many different people. When I was coached at College School of Mines, one of the professors told me, Coach Johnson, look at the numbers. If you look at numbers, you can find the answer for everything. You can see what is and what's not. The numbers tell the truth. And the numbers say that disproportionately Black Americans are treated different. Having said that, I can't let that fact enter into an individual thing that has happened that we're looking at right here. I can't let all of the bad things that have happened fall down on this officer for what we're looking at right here. So although I'm not race blind, I know I see what's going on as you all see what's going on. We still must do our best to be objective and look at every single incident individually, because there are exceptions to the rule. And everyone deserves to have a fair, if it's like a trial that we have kind of, and it pretty much is, they deserve to have it looked at fairly and not looked at because they're white or Black or male or female, young or old. What happened right here, right now with this incident?
Thank you. Councilmember, I'm sorry. Let's see, Councilmember Marcano.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Mr. Johnson, for being here with us today. So my question for you is that the FBI has long been concerned with, and I quote, white supremacists, militia extremists, and sovereign citizen extremists attempting to infiltrate law enforcement and other public service roles. If appointed, what changes, if any, would you suggest to the backgrounding process for the Civil Service Commission in order to discourage these individuals from applying for civil service roles in Aurora?
I don't know if it's legal, but if it is legal, I think the majority of those people that we're talking about that have that, they have a background in that. And because of social media, we can find out whether that has been, whether that's been a ongoing thing in their life. And I think if we find out that that person has that in their background, then we should not want them to be an Aurora firefighter or an Aurora police officer. That type of, any type of extremism on either side against anyone means that you can't be the kind of a civil servant that we would want to hire. But I think it's really paramount to start looking at that when we look at what happened at the Capitol. And now I think they said 1 of every 5 of the people who were arrested were police, fire, military. That's just so sad and just really hurts you. It hurts me that that many. I know that they were, but I didn't know that it was to that extreme amount. And it's incumbent upon us to look what legally. I don't know how much we can do, but we have to look and search that out, and not have those kind of people.
Councilmember Murillo.
Thanks, Mayor. And thank you for your time today, Harold. As you know, it is the goal of City Council and by proxy through the Civil Service Commission to create a safe Aurora. How would you define a safe community?
A safe community, first and foremost, I think a safe community is a place where our citizens know that our first responders, our police, our firefighters, our sheriff are here to serve and protect them. We need to have our folks learn a little bit about servant leadership and what that means. It's to protect and serve, not to harass and punish. And that does go on sometimes. To know that those people are here to make you safe. We shouldn't be afraid of them. Our citizens should not be afraid of the police. A safe community means that whatever age you are, whatever time of day or night, you're not afraid to walk the street, to go do what you need to do, to be where you need to be. Safe community means to me that you can dial 911 and know that help is on the way. And I think that type of feeling goes a long way in, I think, in keeping down crime. I think in people wanting to move into our community and wanting to be involved.
Harold, thank you so much for being with us tonight and for applying for the Civil Service Commission. Can you give us your concluding remarks? You have 1 minute.
Okay, let me see. I wanted to read you something that I like to read people. When police and fire, I know when I'd be mentoring some of the young guys, and I would tell them, we need people who influence their peers and who cannot be deterred from their convictions by peers who do not have the courage to have convictions. It takes courage to do the right thing. It takes courage to stand up and stop a group of people who you're with. And I would hope that I could help find those kind of people so that we can get to the point where we really, people around not just the state, but the whole country look and they see Aurora, Colorado is a safe place to live, a place you'd want to bring up your family. And listen, thank you folks so much for your time. I appreciate it. Look forward to hearing from you.
Thank you. Next, we have Jeanette Early.
Yes, Mayor, we are working to get her on right now, so she should be available in a second. Okay, Mayor, Jeanette is on the line and she is ready to go.
Jeanette Early, thank you so much for joining us tonight, and thank you so much for wanting to serve on our Civil Service Commission. And with that, you have 2 minutes to tell us a little bit about your background and why you would like to serve on this commission and what you would bring to the commission.
Okay, my name is Jeanette Early. I live here in Aurora, where I've lived in the community, the conservatory community, since 2005. I'm retired from the Civil Service Commission of Denver, where I worked from for 10 years or so. But they, of course, the Civil Service Commission of Denver did testing for the Denver police and fire applicants, which I'm very familiar with the process there. But of course, very willing to learn whatever process that may be applied to the Aurora Commission. But my experience there was working closely with the commissioners, and as an administrative assistant, I was in meetings always when files, etc., were reviewed and applicants vetted. So my interest is to remain active in the community and involved in learning as much as I can and meeting new acquaintances. So that is an opportunity for me to serve my community.
Thank you. First question is by Mayor Pro Tem Bergen.
Yes, and I want to thank you for applying for the Civil Service Commission. It's a very important commission for the city of Aurora. Deciding on a case brought before the civil service is akin to being on a jury duty, or is akin to being on jury duty. When the commissioners conduct disciplinary hearings, do you think that they should consider public opinion when making decisions?
That would depend on the commissions, or depend on the type of case, I would think, how extensive or it is, what it involves, or how extensive to involve the community. But as I said, it would depend on the nature of the offense or the case, whether or not the community would have to be involved.
Okay. Mayor, may I just do a follow-up to that?
Yes.
So you've sat on civil service commissions in Denver. When you're looking at either the hiring process or the disciplinary process, do you look at the evidence or public opinion? Is public opinion part of that?
Oh, let me clarify. I did not sit on with the commissioners, the Board of Commissioners, but I was serving in the capacity as an administrative assistant, where I was interacting with them all the time as far as when they came in to review and discuss and vet files. Then I was also in the meeting for whatever needs whatever they needed at that time.
Okay.
But I was not a commissioner.
Councilmember Berzins.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Early, for coming and applying. I don't know if you know a lot about the Aurora Commission, but it's not like any other that we have in the city. First of all, if you get paid for being on this commission, and what you decide affects not only the people that have applied to be hired, or the people in the disciplinary hearing, but you affect a lot of lives and their families' lives, and also you reflect on the city on this commission. So I want to ask you that in today's world, are you confident that you can be objective and unbiased in the disciplinary hearings and the hiring processes, and why do you feel that way?
I feel also quite confident that I, can be and would be objective because I am mature and I have 3 sons. I have taught school, kindergarten through 12th grade, and have been in situations where you have to really look in depth at a situation before making hasty decisions. And I just feel that I would be objective in looking at any situation or case or infraction that occurs before making a decision.
Thank you so much.
Councilmember Coombs.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Jeanette, for taking the time to join us and interview tonight. I want to ask a question that relates to equity in our hiring process. Our Aurora Police Department has a disproportionately high number of candidates of color, and particularly Black candidates, who don't make it through the hiring process, even as they have taken the test and entered into the process. So what do you think the commission can do to ensure the recruitment and hiring of a more diverse pool of employees serving as police and firefighters in our city?
Well, going back to my teaching experience, I always consider or bring forth the fact that, number one, the test, being sure that the test is one that all applicants in the area or whomever is testing, that it's apropos, it's understandable, relatable to the particular job, and of course the applicants themselves who are taking the test. That is all very well understood. That it's not, I wouldn't say bias, but a test that's understandable, verbiage-wise, word-wise, description-wise, that it's understood by the applicants who will be taking the test. And of course, I'm speaking of a written test. And there's the other matter. I can't say, because I've often wondered about the disproportionate number, but I never really got the number of those who are actually applying, as far as those of people of color versus other applicants, to really take an in-depth look at it. But I was aware of that disproportionate number.
Thank you. Councilmember Gardner.
Hi, Jeanette. Thank you very much for being here tonight. So my question, serving on the Civil Service Commission may require you to review disciplinary actions, kind of based upon the evidence that you have rather than your own opinions. So can you tell me a little bit about how you would approach maybe the review of a disciplinary action taken by the police or fire chief?
I'm sorry, so I didn't understand your question.
Can you tell me a little bit about how you would approach the decision process if you were a member of the Civil Service Commission when reviewing disciplinary action taken by either the police chief or fire chief?
How would I say vetting or?
So just tell me a little bit about your decision-making process, how you would work through that scenario where you were reviewing discipline that was taken. Tell me a little bit about how you might go about gathering facts and making your decision.
Yes, okay. I know there are different categories, if I might say, put it that way. But of course, there's character, there's background. I don't know, say how far the Aurora Commission goes back as far as background, community activities. Even there's school activities, involvement, even community service. And yes, I did mention character. And, those are basic or important, I would say important things that really carries over with the person through their adulthood, as far as their character and things that they may have been involved in or not involved in, say from a teenager up to their current adult age. But there would be several categories to look at, not just one particular aspect of the person's bio or life history to that point, if you will.
Thank you.
Councilmember Gruber.
Hello.
Thank you. Commissioners review background investigations and findings on applicants to determine who is hired for the police and fire department. Please describe any experience you have had in this type of hiring process.
Again, I would mention that even although I did work for several years for the Civil Service Commission in our neighboring city of Denver, I was not involved in the hiring process. So, that was a decision that the commissioners made as far as who is and who is not, or who will and who won't.
Okay, but if I could follow up on that, do you have any other experience in hiring?
Yes, I did. I did have quite a bit of experience in hiring. Some years past, I worked for an engineering and construction firm, Brown and Root, in Houston, Texas. And I was supervisor of a secretarial pool where I hired clerical and secretary employees and trained them for in-house offices.
Thank you.
Councilmember Hiltz.
Thank you. Thank you so much for applying and for being here tonight. My question is twofold. In an organization like police and fire where there's a rank structure, do you believe that a commanding officer's directive should ever be questioned? And is it the role of the commission to question those police and fire directives?
Should I? Okay, I think I was not clear on your question.
Should a commanding officers or someone in a higher up position, should their directives ever be questioned? And is it the commission's role to question those police and fire directives?
Oh, you're referring to an officer or employee of either department on promotional matters?
Just their directives in general, so their policies and procedures on interacting in their job.
Yeah, if it's in reference to promotional, the commissioners, as far as I can understand, are. Oh yeah, okay. The commissioners that I worked with, they were involved with the initial hiring of applicants. But the promotional aspects were dependent on their supervisors in the departments or areas within the fire and police, because they had been supervised and knew the person and their skills, etc. So they were able to determine, say, the promotional aspects, etc. If that's what, as I understand, what's your question.
That's part of it. So thank you.
Councilmember Johnston.
Hello.
Councilmember Johnston.
Sorry about that. I was on mute. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Jeanette, for being here today and applying. I wanted to talk to you about the administration of the Civil Service Commission. I'd be I'm interested in getting your thoughts with your perspective too. As you may know, it's unique where we don't have the city manager overseeing civil service staff, and we don't have the council. It's actually the Civil Service Commission. And if you were a commissioner, if you were chosen to be commissioner, how would you address accountability and communication with the Civil Service Commission staff?
Accountability for
their work.
For what?
For their work.
For the commissioner's work?
For the staff. So the city manager, unlike most of our departments, does not oversee the administrator for the Civil Service Commission. And we don't. They're not appointed by council. So it's actually the Civil Service Commission who is supposed to oversee the staff or the administrator. So wanted to get your thoughts on, if you were on the Civil Service Commission, how you would address accountability of their work to the commission.
Gee, this sounds like it's getting a little bit ahead of, how I would address this, because I'm not familiar, with your process and procedures, and as far as supervisory and who supervises whom. So that, I suppose, would have to be taken a day at a time, or really, just being patient to find out how your process works.
Thank you.
Councilmember Lawson.
Hi, Jeanette. Thank you for applying. My question to you is, the Civil Service Commission is seemingly a race-blind process, but there are outcomes that have disparate impacts. What are your thoughts on this, and how would you address it if you were on the Civil Service Commission?
Okay, I'm sorry. How would I address, what was that word? How would I address what?
So basically, when we look at the Civil Service Commission in general, it's considered a race-blind process. But of course, what we see sometimes is we see that there are disparate outcomes or impacts. So what's your thoughts on that? On maybe on a race-blind process, and how it is, I guess, how do you see it in terms of being on the Civil Service Commission or that process in general? Do you think there is any kind of racial blind process in the Civil Service Commission or not? And if so, how would you address that if you do think that there is something that needs to be addressed there?
You mean as far as the Board of Commissioners itself?
No, I'm talking about the Civil Service Commission that you're applying to. So in general, there's a thought process. The Civil Service Commission is seen as a race-blind process. What's your thoughts on just racial blindness in a system? What's your thoughts on that?
I hope I'm processing your question correctly.
What's your thoughts on
is that you're asking me about the diversity, perhaps, of the commissioners? Is that what I'm getting?
No, not that. Particularly the process itself. When you're hiring, as you sit on the Civil Service Commission, you'll be looking at applications, and as people are applying for fire and the police. So, there could be a thought process of this is a seemingly racial, bias process, but there are some disparities in that. How do you see that? Do you think that there is something within that process, or not, or just?
Oh, okay. I think it's a little bit clearer now.
Okay.
I certainly feel that in the commission, as in other say boards, or where decisions have to be made regarding the lives or livelihood of other people, that there should be at least a balance of those who are reviewing and making decisions, regarding that person, the outcome of that person's, say, I would not say punishment or whatever their delinquency was, but I think there should be, as much as possible, a balance so that people can relate and have open minds to know the differences, of people's minds, attitudes, actions, livelihood, their neighborhood, etc. So I think having as much a balance in, say, and I would say in diversity of the persons who are making decisions, that would help tremendously.
Councilmember Arcano.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Jeanette, for being with us tonight. My question for you is that the FBI has long been concerned with white supremacists, militia extremists, and sovereign citizen extremists attempting to infiltrate law enforcement and other public service roles. If appointed, what changes, if any, would you suggest to the backgrounding process for the Civil Service Commission in order to discourage these individuals from applying for civil service roles in our city?
Oh my God, to discourage them from applying, is that what?
That's what I said, yes, ma'am.
Yeah, okay. Oh my gosh. That's really that's a tough one there, because here again, that's why you have the civil service commissioners to determine situations such as that, and really vetting the person's background, etc. But right now, I'm thinking that is the way, because we could not say you can't apply because you live 10 miles away instead of 6 miles away, or you live in another town or another state or another city, or even though you've been in this country 15 years, you can't apply because you weren't here 5 years ago. So as I said, that is one reason for the commissioners to determine, after looking through the person's file, background, etc.
All right, thank you.
Councilmember Murillo.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Jeanette, for your participation tonight. As you know, it is the goal of our City Council, and as a result of that, the Civil Service Commission, to create a safe Aurora. How would you define a safe community?
Oh my, in this day and age, they're all at the table with us. So, my gosh, how would I define a safe community? A community where there is, number one, respect for each other who live in the neighborhood. And having respect for that, having, just as we have, which is wonderful in the Aurora Metro District, communication with, say, a community officer where we can relate and get feedback from what is going on, transpiring in the neighborhood, to make us aware. But working closely, really, working closely with, say, law enforcement, that really helps for a more safe or safer neighborhood, because then you are more aware of what's going on in the neighborhood to protect yourselves, or be aware of to protect others.
Well, thank you very much, Jeanette. Thank you so much for being with us tonight, and thank you for applying for the Civil Service Commission. And you have 1 minute for concluding remarks.
Well, I'm just happy to have had the opportunity for this interview, and I look forward to hearing from you all. And I just hope that I will have the opportunity to serve. Because hopefully, because of the pandemic, things are just kind of stifled as far as getting around, seeing people, interacting with people. And I would like to remain active in my community and involved. And I see that this is an ideal way and would feel an accomplishment there.
Oh, thank you. Chris Steele has withdrawn his name for consideration. Eric Mulder.
He is being added to the line right now, Mayor. One moment, please. Okay, he has joined and he is ready to go.
Oh, Eric Mulder.
Hi, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you so much for joining us tonight. Thank you for applying for consideration to be on the Civil Service Commission. Could you take 2 minutes? In 2 minutes, tell us about your background and a little bit why you think you're qualified to serve on the Civil Service Commission.
Certainly. Members of the Aurora City Council, my name is Eric Mulder. I've been an off and on resident of the city of Aurora since 2010. Upon honorable discharge from the United States Army, I've been actively involved in the city of Aurora since 2016. I've been on the Veterans Affairs Commission for 2 years, from 2017 to 2019. And in that time, I have attended the Aurora Citizens Academy, the Leadership Aurora course, and graduated of the class of 2019, and graduated from the Aurora Citizens Police Academy. I'm applying for this commission today because I believe that due process is an ideal that we should all strive for within our country and within our city. The idea being that when it comes to promotions or to appeal disciplinary proceedings, that everyone involved should be able to present the facts as they're aware of them, make their case before a governing body, and that body should make a decision based on that information. I thank you for your consideration, and I'm looking forward to your questions.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Bergen.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, and thank you for applying for the Civil Service Commission. Appreciate it. And thank you for your service. Deciding on a case brought before the Civil Service Commission is akin to jury duty. When the commissioners conduct disciplinary hearings, do you think that they should consider public opinion when making their decisions?
Ultimately, thank you, council member. Ultimately, I believe that the most important thing that a commission like this one can do when it comes to making these decisions is ensuring that all decisions are made based on information that's available, such as what's presented in videotapes, such as what's presented in sworn statements and things of that nature. I know the public can certainly absolutely make their voices known, and it's important to make sure that the commission is listening to what people have to say, but ultimately making their decision based on evidence that's presented to them, such as tapes, such as witness statements, and things of that nature.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councilmember Berzins.
Thank you. And thank you for joining us tonight, Mr. Mulder. And thank you for your service too. As you know, it sounds like you're familiar with what the Aurora Civil Service Commission does, but it's like no other in the city. First off, you get paid for your time, and that's unusual. But you hold the careers of people in your hands, those that apply for whether it's for a job or a disciplinary hearing. it's their lives and it's their families' lives, and it also reflects on the city. What you decide reflects on the city through our Civil Service Commission. So I want to ask you, I want to be certain that in today's world, that you are confident that you can be objective and unbiased in the disciplinary hearings and the hiring processes, and why?
Certainly, council member. I would state that when it ultimately comes to the hiring process and the promotion side of the things, I believe it's a good idea to look at candidates who embody the 4 core values of the city of Aurora: integrity, respect, professionalism, and a focus on customer service. So making sure that we promote people who embody the core values of our city will absolutely reflect very well on not only the commission, but also on our city. And ultimately, it's going to give us leaders in emergency services in the fire and police department who can actually foster community trust and who value that community trust. And I have friends in law enforcement who have taught me that public trust is absolutely essential to making sure the job could be done correctly. So when we have people in those positions who can do those things and embody our city's core values, that's absolutely important. And
Thank
what was
you.
the second? Okay, I'm sorry.
No, yeah, I asked why you felt that way. Mayor, can I ask, Mr. Mulder, are you on WebEx?
Yes, I am, council member.
Is there any way you can turn your camera on? We prefer that if possible.
Oh, I am so sorry. I have that off. Let me get started there.
Thank you.
I need to flip that camera around just a moment here. Okay. Oh, for goodness sakes, that is just spinning it around.
You can show us your cat or your dog or whatever. It's fine.
I wish I absolutely had a cat. Oh, there it is. Let's click surface camera front. All right, excellent. How's
there
that?
There we go. All right, thank you so much.
Not a problem. Happy to do it.
Thank you. Councilmember Coombs.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and good evening, Eric. Thank you for joining us and taking time for this interview. My question is related to equity in the hiring process. Our police department has a disproportionately high number of applicants of color, and particularly Black applicants, that do not make it through the Civil Service Commission process to become members of our police and fire departments. So what do you think the Civil Service Commission can do to ensure that we're recruiting and hiring a diverse pool of employees to serve as police and firefighters in the city?
Well, I certainly believe that having diversity in Aurora's law enforcement is absolutely important. I believe I've heard it from outgoing and, well, actually no longer District Attorney for Judicial District 18, George Brockler, and others, that 1 out of every 5 persons in Aurora is from another country. And we are a very diverse city here in Colorado. This was an idea I actually heard back in 2020 from an attorney by the name of Juji Carminati. I want to say I'm getting that name correctly, who has stated that randomized applications that don't have personally identifiable information on the resume, like doesn't have the person's name or any of those other features, when those are taken away and presented before a hiring body, they have found that statistically that body is able to actually make much more diverse hiring decisions just by taking that name off and taking those descriptors off the resume. I also heard of a case a few years back where applicants would sit behind a screen to be interviewed by a hiring commission. And what they found was that there was still a disproportionate number of men to women being hired in that process. But then what they found out was that the footwear that's commonly worn by women would actually make a clacking sound when walking across the ground. So when they carpeted the ground and the hiring body could not actually hear the person's shoes walking across, they were able to rectify that situation immediately. But ultimately, I'm not the only person who makes hiring decisions on the Civil Service Commission. So I would state that I would love to bring that idea forward, and I'd have to hear what my other commissioners would have to say about that and ultimately take a vote on.
Okay, Councilmember Gardner.
Hey, Eric, thanks for being here tonight. So serving on the Civil Service Commission means you'll have to review disciplinary decisions, oftentimes based upon the evidence presented rather than your own opinions and preferences. So can you tell me a little bit about your decision-making process? Let's say you were faced with reviewing a disciplinary action by the police or fire chief. Just talk through a little bit about what your decision-making process would be, how you would gather evidence and work through that.
So I would state when it comes to evidence gathering, I would probably go about it the same way I would prepare for a nation of interest briefing. I would try to gather information that's available to me. Ultimately, depending on what the commission's jurisdiction is, I would like to see if anyone on city staff would be able to provide us with that information. Like, for example, if there's a disciplinary matter relating to how an arrest occurred, my first reaction would be, do we have video evidence of what happened? Do we have witness statements? Do we have anything of that nature? Ultimately, though, we are also not attorneys, so we can't, we can't conduct our own investigation in the same way an attorney can. We can't exactly conduct discovery like you would for a trial, but ultimately, it's an investigation is just like gathering information for a presentation that you would do. You would gather information based on what's publicly available that you're able to find. I would try to get information from as many sources as I'm able to, because there's one source that has something else and another source might have another piece that may be missing from another area.
Thank you.
Councilmember Gruber.
Hello, Eric. Commissioners review background investigations and findings on applicants to determine who's hired for the police and fire department, as we've discussed. Please describe any experience you have in this type of hiring process.
In terms of my experience in the hiring process, I've never been responsible for directly hiring individuals, but I have undergone a similar hiring process through the military. When I was going through the Army, I had to receive a background check. I had to make sure I could pass that background check. And I would make sure that I had to make sure all my ducks were in a row, have my proper documentation, making sure I signed all the correct things that stated I agree to this background check, and I agree that the information found here can be used in the decision to whether or not to hire me. So in terms of that, I understand that there's very important things that have to be done through the letter of the law, especially with regards to the Lautenberg Amendment, making sure nobody has prior convictions that would disqualify them from legally carrying a firearm, things of that nature.
Thank you.
Councilmember Hiltz.
Thank you. Thank you so much for applying and for being here tonight. My question is twofold. So in organizations like the police and fire departments, there's that ranked structure. So do you believe that a commanding officer's directive should ever be questioned? And do you believe it's the role of the commission to question those police and fire directives?
Thank you, council member. When I was in the military, we were taught that an unlawful order is anything that is illegal, immoral, or unethical, and that we had a legal obligation to disobey unlawful orders, because the good soldier defense that it was popularly known as had become no longer an acceptable defense under the Uniform Code of Military Justice, which is the specialized set of laws that the military has to follow. So I would state, when it comes to orders that are given by a superior within the police or fire department, I would say the same principle applies. You have a legal and moral obligation to disobey an order that is illegal, immoral, or unethical.
Thank you.
Councilmember Johnston.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Eric, for being here today and applying for this position. I want to talk about the administration part of the Civil Service Commission, specifically as it relates to the staff and the role of the Civil Service Commission. As you may know, it's unique where the city manager does not oversee the administrator and the council does not. The Civil Service Commission does. So if you were serving and you were selected to be on the Civil Service Commission, how would you address accountability of civil service staff, communication, accountability, any of those issues interacting as a potential commissioner with the civil service staff?
Thank you, council member. In terms of addressing accountability, I would ultimately, from my understanding of accountability, is that it's like President Harry Truman said, the buck stops here. So ultimately, the commission will be responsible for decisions that staff makes. And even though the commission doesn't necessarily make those decisions, because staff is working with the commission, and the commission is the aspect that the public can interact with, talk to, and speak to, and request answers from, the commission ultimately has to answer for any matters of accountability. And in terms of making sure staff stays accountable to the commission, it's important that we have a good working relationship with staff, making sure that we're on the same page and we have a good working relationship one another, and that we're constantly in communication with one another. I constantly communicate with my boss at work, making sure we're on the same sheet music. We know what's coming up. We know what's on the agenda. So that way, neither one of us are blindsided, because when the commission or staff get blindsided by something, nobody wins. So it's important to make sure everyone's constantly communicating as best they're able to, and making sure I'm working with my other commissioners to make sure that the vision they have for accountability is gelling with the one I have as well, because you don't run a commission by yourself, you don't work by yourself, and the Aurora Police and the fire departments certainly don't work by themselves. So it's always important to make sure you're in that team mentality where it's like, if I've been flying solo too long, I need to think to myself, all right, I haven't checked in with somebody in a minute. So let's see if I can check in with someone, make sure we're on the same page here.
Thank you.
Councilmember Lawson.
Hi, Eric. Thank you for applying, and also thank you for your service. My question to you is, the Civil Service Commission is a seemingly race-blind process, but there are outcomes that have disparate impacts. What are your thoughts on this, and how would you address it if you were on the Civil Service Commission?
All right. Could you state your second question again, council member?
Sorry. The second part of that is, what are your thoughts on the question, what I stated before, and how would you address it if you were on the Civil Service Commission?
In terms of color blindness, I often disagree with the term itself, not because I disagree with the spirit, but because I disagree with the idea that we can't see individuals as they are. There's a really good social experiment that was done by Jane Elliott, I want to say, called the Brown Eyes, Blue Eyes experiment. That's basically indicates that color blindness is something that, while good in theory, ultimately denies a person's uniqueness and denies an integral part of their identity sometimes. So it's debated, it shouldn't be about color blindness, but it should absolutely be about accepting people's differences and accepting who they are, and keeping that in consideration when also considering the merits of their promotions or their disciplinary hearings, looking at their record based on their evaluations from their superiors, their peers, and any other objective evaluations that we have.
Councilmember Marcano.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Eric, for joining us this evening. My question to you is that the FBI has long been concerned with white supremacists, militia extremists, and sovereign citizen extremists attempting to infiltrate law enforcement and other public service roles. If appointed, what changes, if any, would you suggest to the backgrounding process for the Civil Service Commission in order to discourage these individuals from applying for civil service roles in our city?
When I was in the United States military, that was also an issue in dealing with supremacist and extremist organizations attempting to infiltrate important positions within the military. I believe that, to the best of our ability, we absolutely need to make sure that we're keeping an eye on all applicants and taking those background checks absolutely very seriously. Another thing that has come up lately in the 21st century that I think the federal government and government in general has been slow to embrace is the importance of people's social media usage. Because when I was in the military, one of the biggest lessons we were taught by the Army Public Affairs Division was that there is absolutely no such thing as off the record. If you have a uniform, if you have a badge or anything of that nature, every single possible thing that you can say is going to be on the record. There is a matter where a private group was set up in the Department of Homeland Security that was filled with a couple of TSA agents who said very absolutely disgusting and inappropriate things about the passengers they were screening, remarks that were nationalist, xenophobic, and even racist about passengers that had screened in the past. So things of that nature should absolutely be taken into consideration when making a hiring decision, because if a person is saying these things where they believe nobody can see them or nobody's looking, it's one of those things that's absolutely a concern. So the idea that what you post and what you say privately is absolutely in play when it comes to the decisions on whether you're hired or not, I believe is something that should be adopted.
Councilmember Murillo.
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks, Eric, for your time this evening. As you know, it is the goal of the City Council and by proxy, the Civil Service Commission to create a safe Aurora. How would you define a safe community?
I would define a safe community, and thank you for your question, council member. I would define a safe community ultimately by the idea of, do I feel comfortable walking around on my city streets? Do I feel comfortable being out and about in general public? And I would state that the best way to promote safety as best as the city is able to is making sure that we have emergency services who understand and value public trust, because I've had friends who've worked in law enforcement and I have friends in the criminal justice side of the house advocating for criminal justice reform. And they have all stated that when public trust goes down, people aren't willing to come forward with information that may be needed when it comes to an investigation or things of that nature. If you don't have that repertoire with the public, if you're not getting out to people and listening to them where they're at, public trust can break down. It's like in the movie The Fockers. You broke the circle of trust, Fokker, because once that circle of trust gets broken, it would take a very long time, if almost impossible, to repair that trust. It takes a lot more effort to fix something after it's broken than to make sure it doesn't get broken in the first place. So making sure that our emergency services are conscientious of public trust would be very helpful and going a long way towards public safety.
Eric, I want to thank you so much for being with us tonight and for applying for this very important position. And you have now 1 minute for concluding remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to everybody on the City Council for your questions. Like I've stated, I believe very much in due process, that when it comes to our emergency services, they should be able to receive a fair hearing in matters on promotion and demotion, and making sure that all of our actions are taken in regard to the city's core 4 values: integrity, respect, professionalism, and a focus on customer service. Because when our emergency services embrace those values and embody those values, we make a better city. And I believe ultimately that's what all of us working for the city of Aurora want, is just a better city of Aurora. Thank you so much for your considerations, and please feel free to reach out to me anytime if any of you have questions.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That concludes our interviews for the Civil Service Commission. The time is now 7:49. Why don't we we'll take a recess until 7:55. The study session for the Aurora City Council is now in session, back in session. Will the clerk please read the title of item number 4A?
Item 4A is for an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Aurora, Colorado, creating Chapter 135 of the City Code pertaining to oil and gas and repealing certain sections of the Uniform Development Ordinance.
Mr. Moore, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mayor. And I've asked for permission to share my screen here. I'll open up my slides. And while I'm waiting on that, good evening to you and to all the council members. Thank you so much for your time tonight. I'm excited to be able to share some of the positive changes that we've made in our oil and gas regulations for your benefit. And for the benefit of the public that's listening by phone, my name is Jeffrey Moore. I'm the manager of the oil and gas division here at the City of Aurora. And the vision statement that we've set for our division is that we steward access to the natural resources under our authority with integrity and respect for our citizens, businesses, and the environment. And if I can just get permission here to share my screen, we'll get those slides started. All right, very good. All right, very good. Making sure that everyone can see my screen.
Yes.
Excellent. All right. So I am very excited to be at this stage of considering new regulations for the city. To get here, we implemented a very robust stakeholder engagement process, which I'm going to describe to you this evening. We have literally several thousand hours of staff time that have gone into the creation of this oil and gas manual, these new rules and regulations. We have 175 pages of regulations that were based from the best management practices contained within the operator agreements. And I would also point out that these regulations are in addition to the rules and regulations from Colorado Oil and Gas Conservation Commission, which also must be followed by operators in the future. Tonight I'm going to walk you through the oil and gas manual by topic. So we're going to talk about things like water quality, air quality, permitting. I'll explain to you very carefully the changes that we've made since the operator agreements were put in place, the new things we're proposing, and give you a chance to answer questions, of course, on that as well. The ordinance that is associated with this does two things. The first is it removes existing oil and gas regulations from the Unified Development Ordinance, and then it creates a new chapter 135 in the Aurora City Code. Now, there's two other things I want to mention before we get started, and that's the first thing is we do have well locations that are approved by operator agreements, and for those wells and locations, those will continue to be guided by and regulated by the operator agreements in the future until such time as those operator agreements reach the end of their term, which in general is at the end of the last well's life that's approved under the operator agreement. So what we're talking about tonight is going to be for new rules, or new wells and new locations that will be coming into the city absent an operator agreement. The second thing is when we first envisioned the manual, it was intended to be a standalone manual, and I numbered it as such in line with other city manuals like the roadway specification manual. Along the way, city attorneys recommended that we actually put the whole entire manual into city code. So that's the way we've structured the ordinance, is that the entire manual, all the rules and regulations will be into city code. As a result, we did some renumbering to match existing city code. I do have both of those sets with me tonight, but if you would notice, the oil and gas manual that's attached has a different numbering structure than what the ordinance has, and that's the reason. All right, as I mentioned, this has been a very robust process that we've engaged in. I began with the city on March 2nd of last year and started working on this very soon afterwards. One of the first major steps that we had was a legal review of 6 weeks after I created the first draft of those best management practices from the operator agreements. We had some good changes from the legal review. The next step was a 60-day public comment period in the summer, and we had some great input there. I'll be discussing that next. In the fall, we took a short break while the COGCC completed their rulemaking series, and we were able to capture those changes and make some changes into our rules and regulations based on what we saw at COGCC. We were a PED on January 13th, and here we are this evening. That public comment period that I mentioned was 60 days from June 24th to August 23rd. We had 4 town halls during that time. 2 of those were dedicated for oil and gas. 2 of those were in conjunction with other council members' existing town halls. We had 29 comment emails, specific emails, but don't let that fool you. Several of those, 2 organizations, as well as the Oil and Gas Advisory Committee, provided full redline versions from the draft manual. So all together, we had over 500 pages of comments to read and consider as a staff. We also had some additional verbal comments at the town halls. We had comments from individual citizens, other local and state agencies such as Arapahoe County, Buckley Air Force Base, CDPHE, and we had comments from environmental advocacy groups, industry groups, and Aurora staff. Obviously, Aurora staff were involved in the creation of the operator agreements, but I wanted to give them a chance to refresh their memory on some of these things and go back and see if they had any additional suggestions for change. So I'm going to begin now, and we're going to walk through the oil and gas manual by topic. And my suggestion, recommendation is that let me go through this slide on each topic. The first one's on water quality, and then once I am complete with that, I'll open it up for any questions on this topic. I hope that will keep our conversation more streamlined and focused on the topic that we're discussing. The first topic is water quality. And the big thing under water quality is we're requiring a new water monitoring well to be drilled on the oil and gas location that would be able to sample discreetly all the aquifers that are below the surface. Now, in the past, operators were required to look at existing water wells within a half mile of a proposed location and attempt to sample those. What that means is if they went to a homeowner and said, "Can I sample your water for this permit?" and the homeowner said no, then that was the end of the requirement for the operator. So in many cases, wells were drilled and we did not have a good picture of baseline water quality. Even when samples were obtained, typically most domestic supply wells only produce from a single aquifer, not from all 4. And so the new requirement is a dedicated water monitoring well on the location that's in the down gradient direction so that we can sample those both as a baseline and ongoing during operations and production, and determine very quickly if there were any issues with water quality. I'm a licensed professional geologist, and I feel like that water quality and protecting our water quality is one of the most important things we can do. The reason is that if groundwater is contaminated, it can be remediated, but it takes time, effort, and it's not easy to do. So I feel like this is very important. The next thing on water quality is we've added a setback of 350 feet from domestic water wells. We are requiring critical infrastructure to be shown on applications. Critical infrastructure is things like water supply lines that belong to the city. We want to make sure that we are aware of how those operations may affect that critical infrastructure. We've also added some new categories: water treatment plants, dams, levees, and reservoirs to that list of critical infrastructure. We're requiring earthen berms to be lined. We've clarified the purpose of our baseline water sampling, clarified what kind of water can be used for dust suppression, and we've updated our prohibition on disposal of wastewater within the city to specifically prohibit a frac flowback and produced water to be disposed of within the city. And that is the key things there that we've changed in water quality. So, Mayor, if it's okay for you, may I open it up for questions from council members now?
Please do. Questions? Mr. Moore?
I have one, Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Moore. On the water monitoring wells, which are now required to be on the location, did you have any discussions with any, like Crestone, for example, that has the operator agreements in place? Are they okay with being able to do that? Because I don't know if the cost is exorbitant or if it's reasonable, but were they okay with that?
Yes, 2 considerations there. The first is, remember that wells that are drilled under the operator agreements, these rules don't apply to those wells. The rules under the operator agreements are the ones that would apply to the operator agreement wells. Nevertheless, we have spoken with Crestone, and they are intending to utilize this process. They have a particular system called the West Bay system that allows them to drill just a single well and still isolate each of the aquifers and sample them discreetly for sampling purposes.
Further questions?
Mayor Dave Gruber.
Councilmember Gruber.
Jeffrey, just to verify, could you tell us the depth of the water aquifers in general and the depth of the oil wells and how deep those are?
Yes, sir. The water wells will be a maximum of 2,000 feet in depth. That covers all 4 aquifers that are listed by name, and we have those mapped as far as through Aurora Water. And the wells themselves, the target zone in this area is around 7,000 feet in depth. So the operators are drilling those horizontally. So they're drilling down and then curving and moving the pipe, drilling the wells horizontally for some distance to cover their mineral interest. But that horizontal section is around 7,000 feet in depth.
Okay, and Mayor, if I could just follow up then. And
please proceed.
When they drill down to the 7,000 feet, do they encase the well to protect the water aquifers?
Yes, that's correct. There are multiple strings or pieces of casing that isolate the freshwater zones. So the first step is to drill actually through the freshwater zones and set what's called surface casing that's then cemented into place. That isolates those freshwater zones in the shallow section, and then they come back and drill through that and then drill onto their total depth in their target formation.
Thank you.
Further questions? Councilmember Coombs.
Thank you, Mr. Moore, for your presentation. With respect to water, although this is not as much a water quality issue, I just wanted to also highlight the issue of water use and water reuse by operators drilling in our city and the water that we're selling to them. So what kinds of provisions are in place with respect to the sale of water from the city or acquisition of other water from other sources when permitted?
The primary provision is that for wells that are drilled within the city of Aurora, they are required to source water through the Aurora Water Department. That is the primary requirement. And Aurora Water, there's a water delivery agreement that's required as part of the process. That's outside of our oil and gas rules and regulations. That's part of Aurora Water. But they are required to source the water through our own department. And there's also, Aurora Water has recently worked with state regulators to allow some additional use of reclaimed water in oil and gas activities, which was a great benefit to the city.
Please, further questions? Seeing none, please proceed, Mr. Moore.
Thank you. The next section is air quality. We now require a baseline air monitoring for 5 consecutive days before any construction on the oil and gas site. We previously just had 5 days, and we were concerned that perhaps operators might pick and choose the days that they did their sampling on. So we want to make sure that we had a nice 5 consecutive days. That requirement is also must be completed. The baseline air monitoring sampling must be completed 30 days prior to the construction of the pad. That gives the operator time to collect the data, provide it to the city. We verify that they've collected it, that it's good data, and that we're ready to go. Now, the next line you'll see on your screen here is in red font. The items that are going to be in red font this evening were those that were recommended or discussed by council members during the PED meeting. So in this case, there was a question from a council member about what happens if the air quality in general in the area, we've had fires and sometimes the air quality in the region is very poor. What happens if an operator samples on one of those days and then the air actually, quote, cleans up after they've produced the well? It's a very valid question, and we're looking at the opportunity to compare the operator baseline data with Aurora in general baseline data. So we kind of look at more of a regional basis for what the baseline is and make sure that we're getting good values in terms of what the operator is seeing versus what we might be seeing here more in the urban area of Aurora. I will also add that there is a difference between the particulate matter, which typically comes from fires, and the types of items or gases we might see in the atmosphere sourced from petroleum. So really, when they do the air quality monitoring, the baseline monitoring, they're looking for hydrocarbons, VOCs, volatile organic compounds that might be coming from hydrocarbon sources. We've added an additional air monitoring requirement during production phase. The operator agreements required it only during drilling and completion. We've required it now during production phase. We've defined the time frame for control of odors to 12 hours. We require quarterly reporting of our air quality data. There's a prohibition on venting of natural gas except for emergencies and required maintenance. And then we've defined continuous air monitoring as at least an hourly sample and 24 hours a day. That's not specifically described in the operator agreement. So continuous air monitoring was really at the discretion of the operator for what their sampling might look like. And then finally, we require reporting of air quality results and LDAR data, which is leak detection videos that come from an optical camera sensor, instead of making it at the city request. We are intending to request all of that data. So we just made it part of the rules and regulations that the operator must send that data to us once it's collected. Questions on air quality?
Mayor. Mayor, you're muted. Sorry.
Councilmember Marcano.
Thank you, sir. Jeffrey, thank you so much for all the work you and your team have put into this. I do have a couple of questions on this topic, well, on a couple of other topics, but I do want to relay one from a constituent here. Could you tell me, please, how the COGCC currently defines continuous air quality monitoring and if that differs from what we're doing?
That's a great question. I'm not sure I know the answer to that in terms of their new rules and regulations. I do know that in some cases, hourly samples, there are more frequent type devices that can sample more frequently. And I believe even Crestone is currently sampling more frequently than that. What they report to us would be more on the hourly basis, but they're able to sample more frequently.
Okay, Mayor, may I follow up?
Please proceed.
Thank you. So the ask from my constituent here is basically to do as close to true continuous air quality monitoring as possible. And she is concerned with the just, hourly sample because, as you know, you can have intermittent events that might not be captured depending on when those samples are gathered. And I think that is kind of where she's coming from on that. So is that something we could change in our definition?
I think we can. Let me look at that and better understand the types of equipment that are being used, that are available for use, and the sampling frequencies. And let me see if we can change that to something more frequent than hourly.
All right. Thank you.
Further questions? Seeing none, then please proceed, Mr. Moore.
Thank you. The next topic is surface quality. In this area, we've added wetlands to the list of required permit submittal materials. We don't have a lot of those in Aurora, but there are some areas that are considered wetlands. We've added a new 350-foot setback to parks, recreation, and open space areas. We've added a requirement to provide an alternative location analysis to match COGCC rules. So essentially, if COGCC requires an alternative location analysis, which is required in certain situations, then we would require that same thing as well during our permitting process. We've added some new landscaping requirements, some specific reporting requirements for fires and explosions. Previously, we required spills and incidences to be reported, but did not define what constitutes an incident. So we want to make sure that if there is a fire or an explosion at an oil and gas site, that it's definitely reported to us and that we know about it. If that were to happen, there's a robust set of requirements in terms of what the operator must do, the data they have to provide to us about the cause of that incident, and what they're going to do at that location and other field locations they may have in Aurora to prevent that situation from occurring again. We've added provisions for temporary portable lighting if needed for safety, and we're allowing some flow lines to remain buried in place if they're properly abandoned to avoid further environmental disturbance. The flow line is typically the section of pipe that attaches to the wellhead and then connects through the site to a meter in some cases. Usually after the meter, it's considered the gathering system. So the flow line is pipe that's very close to the wellhead. In many cases in the past, sometimes those were buried in place improperly. There are certainly new rules at COGCC about how to do that properly, and so we follow those. Sometimes we don't want those to be removed because to dig them up means further disturbance of the area, particularly if they do go off the location. And so we were giving the option to leave those buried in place. Questions?
Mayor.
Councilmember McConnell.
Thank you, sir. With regards to incident reporting, could you tell me what the thresholds are from the COGCC to trigger a report compared to what we currently have in the in our manual?
So in the manual, we don't have levels or triggers. We require all incidences of any size to be reported. That's what we want to know. Anytime there's a spill, there's a leak, anything like that, we want to know about it. I don't have offhand the levels or the trigger points at COGCC. I do know that there was a spill recently on a Crestone site that did not trigger the COGCC reporting, but it was reported to us.
Right.
And it was produced water that was spilled. It was not hydrocarbons.
No. Mayor, can I ask a quick follow-up?
Councilmember McConnell.
Thank you, sir. So I just want to make sure then, because again, the same constituent wrote that this is same day to the city, and all of these incidents are open to the public record with a complete list of all chemicals and materials used on the site that might be involved in this incident, correct? I do know that in our manual, we do require a full listing of chemicals used as well as a list of prohibited chemicals. I just want to make sure that that is in fact included in there.
Yes.
Okay.
Our goal is to have all inspection reports in the future available for public use. They would be available now, but you have to request them. So as you know, as we've discussed, public education and an update of our website is a major push initiative that we're beginning later this year. That's going to be a map-based website, so members of the public can log in, but access the site, zoom into an area of a well of interest, click on that well, and they'll be able to eventually see all the permitting documentation, any inspection reports for that well, and any other data that we have for that well. So everything is available and will be available to the public, and that's our goal, is to make that much more transparent. We have a lot of work to do in that regard. What we have right now is not anywhere near the level of what other jurisdictions have, but it is in the works.
All right. Thank you so much.
Other questions?
Mayor?
Oh.
Councilmember Coombs, and then Mayor Pro Tem Bergen.
All right, thank you, Mayor. So in talking about flow lines being properly abandoned, what does that constitute, and what kinds of provisions are in place for any long-term potential for contamination of abandoned?
Good question. Thank you. The primary thing is to make sure that all the hydrocarbons that might be in that line are removed. And so there's provisions in place that help to make sure that the hydrocarbons are removed from the line, and that the line typically is filled with an inert material so that there is nothing else in the line, no hydrocarbons at all. That we certainly want to avoid issues that have happened in the region in the past with flow lines being hit and during construction and causing explosions. And that was a real risk in some cases. And we are doing everything we can to avoid that.
Pro Tem Bergen.
Yes, thank you. Can you explain the 350-foot setback to pros areas? Is that additional to the COGCC 2,000-foot setback?
It's additional in the sense that COGCC does not have this regulation, so it's an additional regulation. It's not added to the 2,000 feet to make it 2,350 feet. It's an additional regulation. So in a case where you might have a park, a recreation area, or open space where there are not residences nearby, the 2,000-foot setback, from the residences would not apply in that case. Okay. So this isn't a case where you might be having a well drill closer to a recreation area that does not have residences nearby, or at least doesn't have those yet.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Further questions?
Mayor?
Is it
Johnston.
Councilmember Johnston?
Thank you, Mayor. And
You're muted.
Councilmember.
oops, thank you. Oh, that was weird. That did it by itself. Okay. Thank you, Jeffrey, for breaking this manual down into this presentation with all of these different points. It makes it a lot more clear. I just want for the public to know, so I have two parts, that if the COGCC does have more stronger standards that the operators for the operator agreements would follow those rules as well as us incorporating those into our manual?
That's correct. Our rules, both the operator agreements and the new rules, apply to permits that are being obtained by the operator from Aurora. In addition, ours is not the only permit. The operator must also apply to COGCC for their permit, and their permitting process is going to be based on whatever rules they're in. If it was applied for in the past, it would be their previous rules. If it's something they apply for now, point forward, since January 15th, it would be under the new rules that COGCC just implemented.
Thank you. And then another part, and we had started to looking into this because I believe the COGCC did not address it, and it was my constituents' concerns of proximity of drilling near hazardous sites, such as the Lowry landfill. And I know when we were looking at the map, any of the permitted areas right now are actually in Arapahoe County, not the city right now. And they're doing some due diligence and homework based on the questions that we're asking, but just seeing if that's going to require another step just in the future, if it does apply to the city, that we can address that if the state does not, or the EPA does not.
Thank you for the question. The last slide I had this evening is a list of topics that we are considering for the future. And certainly those Superfund sites and other areas like that are something that we are addressing. As you mentioned, specifically the Lowry Superfund site is not within the city limits of Aurora. And so we don't have authority over that site. And then if you think about the effect of drilling horizontally underneath that site, we don't have authority over the subsurface downhole operations either. That is exclusively reserved for COGCC. The state legislature has never granted local authorities authority over the downhole operations. They've only given local jurisdictions authority over the surface impacts of oil and gas operations. So anything that's on the surface or impacts the surface is where we have our authority. But that is on the list for future consideration.
Thank you. May I just do one follow-up to that?
Please proceed.
Thank you. And Jeffrey, I appreciate you pinpointing those issues, because even if and I know it's going to be a future issue, but just the advocacy we may need to do with our state partners or county partners to make sure that's addressed in those areas as well. Thanks for identifying that too.
You're welcome.
Further questions? Seeing none, Mr. Moore, please proceed.
All right, the next section is the permitting. This is the actual application process itself, and I have two slides here to discuss. The first major change in the permitting section is that we are requiring the operator to demonstrate financial and operational capability to comply with the oil and gas manual before the pre-app meeting and submit a list of any previous violations in the past 3 years. Again, a statement from or a question from the PED meeting and a council member. How does an operator demonstrate financial capability? Is it stock price or what is it? The type of things I'm looking for would be a balance sheet, cash flow statements, and a statement of how the operator plans to pay for things like permitting, operations, and remediation. Obviously, those things can change over time, and companies can change their business model or their operational plans and funding strategies. But at the beginning, we at least need to have some clear picture that the operator that's coming to us has the financial ability to carry out the project that they're proposing. An additional question that was raised at PED, which I didn't note on here specifically, was about the time limit, the 3 years of looking for previous violations. My perspective on that, we selected that time frame as a staff, and my perspective on that is Operators tend to be of two different types. Either it's an operator that is conscientious, they're concerned about the regulations, they want to follow the regulations, they don't want fines and violations, and in general, their operations are going to meet those criteria of the regulations that they live under. Or they're a type of operator that doesn't mind paying fines as part of their business strategy, their business model, and they're happy to have as many violations as they can get and just continue to operate the way they want and pay the fines. I think that 3 years is plenty of time to determine what an operator looks like. Either they're type A or they're type B, and going back more than that doesn't give us more information, nor does going back 10 years just to find a single violation of an operator who otherwise is operating thoughtfully in the community. We've increased our general insurance requirement from $1 million to $2 million, the control of well insurance from $10 million to $25 million. We defined compatibility with master plans to include impact on current and future development. And then we added additional detail to the permitting requirements for clarity. We're trying to get all of the parameters that individual departments within the city look at when they consider a permit application. We're trying to get those kind of lined out in the rules and regulations so it's very clear when the operators come what metrics we'll be using to judge their permit on. The second slide on permitting is that there is a new approval step for locations with the Planning and Zoning Commission. This is very much in line with the way that the Oil and Gas Commission in Colorado does it. They have two different forms. The first is for the location itself, which is the pad site where the wells are going to be placed. And then the second is actually for the wells. For the operator agreement wells and the locations that were included there, we consider those locations approved. So once it's been approved in the operator agreement, then the company comes to us to get their oil and gas permit to allow them to do the drilling of their wells. For new companies coming in without an operator agreement that are functioning under these rules and regulations, they'll submit about half of their typical submittal requirements up front. Those will be reviewed by staff, and then they'll be sent to the Planning and Zoning Commission with a recommendation. Once that's approved by Planning and Zoning Commission, then the operator submits the remainder of their permitting application submittals that again are reviewed by staff, and that ends with a letter of administrative decision. Both of those steps, whether it's Planning and Zoning Commission decision or administrative decision, are subject to call up by City Council, as all other decisions are here in the city. Two reasons we did this. The first is to be in line with Oil and Gas Commission regulations. In order for the COGCC to honor the local jurisdiction's approval of a location, it has to include a public hearing. Now, previously and in the future, operators are required to do a neighborhood meeting in the local community, but that didn't meet the definition of a public hearing. So we chose to go to the Planning and Zoning Commission to accomplish that public hearing. The benefit of this is it also gives City Council additional information. It gives them the opportunity to see public comments both during the staff review and during the Planning and Zoning Commission hearing, and to see the staff report, as well as the Planning and Zoning Commission decision. That gives the City Council more information to decide if they want to call up a decision by Planning and Zoning Commission or not. We've also added some additional variance request procedures and quite a few provisions here to make this very clear that if an operator wants to request a variance, they know how to do it and what the criteria are. We've also stated explicitly that variance requests may not diminish the protection of public health, safety, welfare, the environment, or wildlife resources. Approved permits now have an expiration date of 3 years. Previously, that was not the case. Approval can be extended, but it has to be reviewed by the city. Again, there was a question here during PED about, does expiration mean that that's the end of the line for the operator and that they've lost the value of the efforts that they put into crafting the permit application and receiving the approval? Based on that, we're going to change the language from expiration to renewal after 3 years. There is currently an option to apply for an extension after review, but we're going to change the expiration language in the ordinance that will come forth once this gets to a final council meeting out of study session. We're going to change the language from expiration to renewal so it's more clear that the operator isn't losing the value of what they've put into the permit application, but it is an opportunity for the city to come and say, okay, we're not so much looking at what's changed on the operator's plans, though if they have changed, we would look at those, but really what's changed around that location in those 3 years that we might need to consider any adjustments or updates to the plan. Finally, there's two more things. There's a requirement for a purchasing operator to determine compliance with the regulations. So let's say operator B wants to buy some wells from operator A. We require that operator B, before the sale, to evaluate the wells and whether or not they're in compliance with the rules and regulations and submit a report to us describing their understanding of where those wells are. Now, we don't require them to do any work because the wells aren't theirs yet, but we want to make sure that we don't get a situation where operator A is running out of money, they sell to operator B, and operator B doesn't understand that maybe a number of wells or locations are in a violation state and need to have additional funds expended in order to bring them back into compliance. And then finally, we've added language that came from the UDO about annexations to be clear on what happens if a well comes into the city by annexation. We have had this situation already through Crestone. Those wells were included in the operator agreement. Nevertheless, they were wells that were originally approved by Arapahoe County. What we did in that case and what we're continuing for the future is that we will honor permits by other jurisdictions, such as Arapahoe or Adams County, as long as those permits remain valid. In the case of a swamp plan or something that might expire after a certain number of years and has to be renewed, that would have to come into the city for a new process and renewal. Ideally, the operator can still use the information that they submitted originally to the other jurisdiction and just update it with our forms, but we have to have something in our system to show that we have reviewed it and that we have approved it. We can't just rubber stamp another jurisdiction's permitting process or approval. And that is the last of my permitting questions or presentation. Are there any questions?
I have questions.
Further questions. Mayor Pro Tem Bergen.
Thank you. 2 questions, and one is with the new approval steps going to the Planning and Zoning Commission. Do you have any idea of the timeline of that process? You know, when we do just regular development applications, we have that chart that says 3 to 6 months, and then from there, and we have actually had a lot of developers frustrated with the length of time it takes to get approved, sometimes taking 1 year to 2 years. Do you foresee, how do you foresee that working in terms of timeline?
That's a great question. And, one of my goals is to try to streamline our operations as much as we can. We have hired our own planner that works for us here in the Oil and Gas Division that is exclusively focused on oil and gas applications and permit applications that are coming in to the city. And so that's his role. In terms of the additional step, it will require extra time. In general, I'm going to say it's going to take about an extra month because the reason is, even though Planning and Zoning meets twice a month in their regular meetings, that is a public hearing, so it requires a 10-day in advance notification. So that has to go to the Sentinel and be published, publicly in advance of that meeting. There are 2 different steps now. So there's the first step that is a separate review for the operator of the location-based submittals, and then there's Planning and Zoning, and then there's a second review of the remainder of the items. Again, I don't have an exact amount of time that it's going to lengthen the process. It will lengthen it, probably about a month or so, but we are endeavoring to get those as done as quickly as possible.
So since you have your own planner, would your department be able to provide some sort of, chart or something to kind of indicate that process? It's visually would be helpful, I think.
We do that during the pre-application meeting, yes. Originally in the operator agreements, those timelines were listed explicitly, and that was part of the negotiation of the operator agreements. City attorneys advised against including regulations that were for the city in the oil and gas manual, because to say to the operator, well, the city is required to respond to you within a certain period of time, that's not really an appropriate place to put a rule or regulation on the city. So what typically happens is that when an operator comes in and has their pre-application meeting with the Office of Development Assistance and the Oil and Gas Division, we provide that timeline to them at that time, so they understand our expectation of how long the process is going to take. In that timeline is both is every step laid out, and it's how long the city expects to take, for each step of review, and how long, we generally expect the operator to take for their replies to our questions or comments. So there's work on both sides, the city and the operator. If either party takes too long, then it lengthens the process. If we submit comments to an operator and it takes them 3 months to reply to us, then the process has been lengthened, but it's no fault of the city's.
Okay, and then, sorry, my second question was just on the annexations. So you said we would honor the applications of other jurisdictions as long as it was all valid and so forth. Would that, if an annexation, because ours is 3 or 4 step process, I can't remember, but would that be known right away when we look at an annexation? Would it be in the backup material?
Great question. I don't know, because I've not seen the material that's associated with an annexation in the past, but I certainly would be willing to include that and make sure that we coordinate with the planning department and ODA to include any existing well sites that are part of an area to be annexed.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor.
Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, sir. So I do have another question from my constituent for you, Jeffrey. So when it comes to risk assessment here, do we actually specify who should choose that and who should pay for that? Because I looked in section 314, we just talk about the need for a risk management plan, but we don't really go into who is qualified to provide that assessment and such. So that's her inquiry.
Great question. Yeah, we do cover risk management, and that the operator needs to provide a risk management plan. I do not have any details surrounding the requirements of who's required to provide that. So if you have some, or your constituent has some, I'd be happy to entertain that and discuss, if there are particular certifications or credentials that we should include in terms of that risk management plan. We do include those types of certifications in other parts of hazard assessments and things like that in the manual. So it's certainly appropriate to include that.
Certainly, Mayor.
We do have a risk manager here at the city, and they would review risk management plans. They're the ones we work with to understand insurance needs and risk management. So that would be reviewed by someone here on staff with those credentials. But in terms of creating the plan, that's a great perspective.
Councilmember O'Connell, do you have further questions?
I do. Thank you. So and actually specifically on that point, I think part of the concern from my constituent here was twofold. One is a conflict of interest potentially. If the operator is, putting up their own applicants, so she would like us to be able to, provide a list at least of qualified folks to do this. And second, her concern was with someone that specializes in oil and gas operations risk assessment, as opposed to risk assessment more generally, just because there are different factors that may be included in here. And as a personal note, I wanted to thank you for including workers' comp and liability insurance. I think that having worker protections in here is really important, and I really appreciate that.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Councilmember Coombs.
Yeah, so myself and I think the rest of council received an email from one of my constituents who's a member of the Oil and Gas Advisory Committee concerning the inclusion of a city council call-up in the process. And so I was just wondering, it's my opinion that land use decisions are part of the role of local government and that we shouldn't forfeit that. So I support having that there, but I was wondering if you could give some details for your justification on having that in the...
Certainly. Yeah, I'd be glad to. So as you know, as council members, essentially any decision within the city, you have the right and authority to call that up. And there's nothing in the oil and gas manual that changes that. You can call up planning and zoning commission decisions. You can call up administrative decisions, whatever decisions there are, you have the authority to call that up, review the decision, and potentially make changes or deny something that's been decided. The concern I think that was expressed was that a concern that operators might have to go to city council in the new process, whereas they didn't have to, quote, didn't have to go to city council in the former process. So a couple of comments on that. The first is, in order to go in the old process with an operator agreement, the operator has to come to city council and negotiate an operator agreement to be approved. So in effect, that is the opportunity for the operator or the requirement for the operator to go to city council and negotiate that operator agreement to be approved for the locations that are included within the operator agreement. So in the old method, the operator is required to go to city council, and then after they go to city council and get the operator agreement, they come back to staff, they submit their permit application for the oil and gas permit. It's reviewed, administratively approved. There's nothing in the current operator agreements that preclude city council from calling up an administrative decision under the operator agreements. The language there simply says that the approval can't be unduly withheld. It does not specifically address or preclude city council call up of a decision under the operator agreement. In the future process, the way we're proposing it, the operator first submits to the city staff, and then goes to Planning and Zoning Commission for the location approval. And then they come back to the staff for the final submittal of the remainder permit items that then end in an administrative decision. So in the future process, unless city council elects to call up one of those decisions, the operator does not have to go to city council for any kind of approval. City council has the right to make those decisions or make those call-ups, as we've mentioned. And the purpose, one of the purposes of going to Planning and Zoning Commission, again, was to give city council additional information that you can use to decide whether you would like to call up a decision or not. Did that answer your question?
Yeah, perfect. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions?
Mayor Dave Gruber.
Councilmember Gruber, then Councilmember Lawson.
So Jeffrey, as far as the call up on the operator agreements, if an operator agreement location is called up, it can only be discussed under the terms of the operator agreement. Is that correct? In other words, since the new rules don't apply, it can be called up, it can be discussed, but the terms of the discussion are based on the operator agreement. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that would be correct.
Okay, another part I'm a little bit concerned about, and if you could help me with the language, because maybe this isn't just clear, but the language says the variance request may not diminish the protection of the environment or wildlife resources. Okay, taken in the extreme, that means that, we're not allowed, that if it affected, the ground condition, if it affected a rabbit nest or something like that, that would be grounds for disapproving it. Obviously, the city is building, or we have million-square-foot buildings being built in the city that greatly disturb the environment under the building or adjacent to the building, and disturb the wildlife resources adjacent to those million-square-foot buildings. So, what's the difference between what a oil operator would have to do versus, say, a construction company or a developer putting up a million-square-foot building with respect to the may not diminish the protection of the environment and wildlife resources?
That's a great question and really good perspective. Any type of development we do within the city is going to influence and impact the environment around that development. Whether it's a building, it's a road, it's an oil and gas site, whatever it is going to have an impact on that specific space where the development is occurring. I think what we're looking for is to make sure that that in granting a variance from our rules and regulations, that we are not in some way diminishing the protection of those items that are surrounding the location. Obviously, whatever happens on the location itself, when you disturb the dirt and build a pad, you are definitely affecting the environment. You're affecting potential wildlife resources on that location. But it's more about what's happening in the surrounding area to me. A variance request might be, we're 350 feet from a park, but the rule is 350 feet from a park, but we're 348 feet from a park. Is that acceptable? Yes, I think that's acceptable. Landscaping plan, you require 1 tree and 5 bushes every 25 feet. But on this particular part of the pad, we've got, some reason why we can't quite do that. We can only put in 1 tree and no bushes. That's a variance. Yes, that's a variance request to our regulations. It's different than what the regulation requires, but it's something that is reasonable, to approve.
Thank you, Jeffrey.
Councilmember Coombs. I'm sorry, Councilmember Lawson was next.
Thank you. Jeffrey, I just had a question, and it kind of relates to what you said about the 3 years, and I understand that. I guess my question is on the enforcement piece, which I'm not sure all the way through the manual. I've been kind of going through it. Is there anything in there that there could be any type of performance assessments, requirements to do assessments unannounced? I mean, is that something that is, is it in, I didn't see it directly stated in the manual, but is that something, because you kind of, in a way, when you said, well, if there's bad apples, there's bad apples. If they did something, they'll just pay fines. I don't know. I just have a little issue with that, because it's like, okay, well, there could be a bad operator just says, well, I'm just going to pay fines because they have millions and millions of dollars just to pay fines. But the enforcement piece, how does that pertain to the people that live there? Or, how is that doing good business? I guess I just have a little issue with the enforcement piece of it. So I'm just trying to see, is that something that could be put in ordinances in the future about maybe doing these unannounced type of, reviews or performance assessments, etc.?
Great question. The section you're referring to would be inspections, and that begins in section 90 near the end of the manual. And we have a very good section on, how we'll do inspections and providing access for inspections. We have recently hired our senior inspector. We have our own staff member that is involved in inspections, and we'll be inspecting all facilities. In the operator agreements, there was a 48-hour advance notice that's required for inspections. We have reduced that to reasonable notice, and we define that as generally 24 hours in advance, but in some cases, particularly if there's an emergency situation or a citizen complaint, it could be at the location, where we give notice that we're going to do an inspection. So yes, we want to have a very robust inspection program, and we've got a great inspector, and he is really on top of our goals as a division and as a city, and also very understanding of the operator's operations, because he's worked for in the oil and gas industry in the past. He also worked for Aurora Water, so he's done inspections in a number of different areas for the city. But yes, definitely inspections are a key part of a process. It's a way for us to confirm compliance with the rules and regulations. Like I said, by requiring a list of violations that a company's experienced in any jurisdiction in the past 3 years, we hope to be able to weed out those operators that might come in the beginning and not let them get to the stage of where they're out in the field and fine with creating violations. We have fines and penalties that are able to be assigned to those any violations, and the legal language there is pretty robust.
Further questions?
Persons?
Councilmember Burzins.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Moore, for your presentation. I like the way you have put it into different sections. And I know you've gotten a lot of questions from the industry and whatever, a lot of people, a lot of comments at your public hearings. But I received a couple of questions, and I was hoping that maybe you could answer them. And I just want to read them so I don't leave anything out, if that's okay.
Of course.
Okay, thanks. Landowners are trying to evaluate how this will affect them and their existing land use approvals. For example, the manual seems to provide the process for moving forward amendments and policy changes like reverse setbacks. are there specific reverse setbacks in the manual? And what will be the process to determine what is the appropriate distance?
Great
I think
question.
that was 2 or 3 questions, but
I think it was, yeah, but I'll take them all together.
okay, sorry.
And I was going to address this at the last slide, but I'll go ahead and address it now since you've raised the question.
Okay, thank you.
Reverse setbacks are a topic of discussion and something that we're considering for the future. What that means is that, the current rules and regulations that we're deploying to operators and the COGCC, has for operators means that, for example, if a residence or a school is already in place, how far away does the new well have to be placed? And so we've got regulations about that. The reverse or reciprocal setbacks is the opposite situation, where the oil and gas well is already in place. Now, how far away do you have to be to build a residence or to build a school or something like that? One of those surface features. And there are really no regulations like that in the city now. Some jurisdictions in the metro area are beginning to consider those regulations and begin to think about that. I'm just in the very beginning research stage of understanding what other jurisdictions are doing. What are the big picture considerations that we as a city need to be addressing in terms of reverse setbacks? And my intent is to come to council in a study session in the coming months to describe my findings and begin to open a discussion about what that might look like. And again, big picture thoughts here. You have existing producing wells that may need to be considered to have setbacks from them. You also have plugged wells that have reached the end of their life and have been remediated, and the site's been reclaimed. The wellhead's been cut off below the surface of the ground and sealed. And we're finding that in some other jurisdictions, they find that years or decades down the road, those wells may slowly be leaking hydrocarbons to the surface and need to be accessed to provide additional remediation. And so we want to make sure that for the future that there's a very small setback around even those plugged wells so that they can be accessed if necessary.
Okay, thank you. So you addressed the first part of it as well as the last part of my question. How do landowners evaluate, and make plans now when we don't know? So I guess
great question.
Then would be, you have to wait.
When you say a landowner, do you mean like a developer?
Yeah,
wanting to develop a property? Okay.
Yeah.
Great question. So when developers come into the city, they have their first pre-application meeting. The oil and gas division is evaluating all of those applications now that come in. And so we're helping these developers understand what's the oil and gas situation around their property. Do they have plugged wells on their property? Do they have existing oil and gas operations on their property or within the area that they need to consider? There are no rules and regulations now. I can't tell you what they might be, what city council might approve in the future. But the first place I'm starting is with the plugged wells and making sure that developers are aware of those, because not only is it something that we need to access in the future, it's also a construction risk for a developer. If they start going out and using a grader or a scraper on land and they come across a steel pipe, buried in the ground, that can damage their equipment. And so we want to make sure that they're aware of what might be there so that they can make appropriate plans. There is a notification provision in the city rules and regulations currently, which is remaining in the UDO. And that simply states that if a residential property is being developed within an existing state setback, which the 2,000-foot COGCC setback would apply, if that residential development is within that state setback, the developer is required to notify the first purchaser of that property of that fact within their closing documents. And so we're notifying developers of that currently.
Thank you very much.
I have a follow-up question.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen.
Thank you. So you said, developers can come for the pre-app meeting, but if you're a landowner and you invested your money in the land and you expect to derive mineral rights from your land, but you're maybe years away from whether it be an oil and gas operator, producing or drilling versus or if you are a landowner and you decide you want to develop with housing or commercial or whatever, how are they able to plan for their investment if they don't know down the road, that they may not be able to even utilize their land correctly based on all these setbacks? I mean, is it kind of that you kind of get into a takings at that point?
You certainly can, and we have to be careful on that. City attorneys, I've had discussions with our city attorneys along those regards, and making sure we understand that. That's something that, again, these aren't, the reverse setbacks are not regulations that would be part of the oil and gas division or the oil and gas regulations, because they don't apply to oil and gas operators. They apply to developers of other types of properties. And so these would be more in the building code and that part of the Aurora City Code. And so that's going to be questions that you as city council have to decide in the future. I'm sorry, I can't provide any more firm decisions on that at this point, but these are the types of things that I want to present to council in the future to be able to say, this is what we have to think about, and all of these things are very important that you're mentioning. Not only the reverse setbacks for health's sake, but also, potential takings and what does that look like from developers. So it's a valid concern, and that's something that is on the list for future consideration.
Further questions or comments? Seeing none, please proceed.
Sorry, Mayor, I was muted. I did have a question.
Oh,
sorry.
Councilmember Marcano.
Thank you, sir. And Jeffrey, this might be a really quick one. Is this the appropriate place to discuss residential notifications, or do you have a slide dedicated to that?
Let's discuss it now. Do you have a question?
Yes.
Okay.
So I have another follow-up from my constituent, specifically around public notices. She brings up that Excel puts out public notices regarding what to look for when there are emergencies around natural gas leaks. And she is wondering if we could do something similar for oil and gas operators to put out, kind of like educational information for nearby residents as to what to look for in terms of sites, explosions, odors, things like that, that might warrant reporting.
Yes, there are multiple opportunities for resident communication with residents during the process. Some of those are initiated by the city. We send out, once the permitting process is open, we send out notification to everyone within 1 mile of the oil and gas location, letting them know they can comment on the application. And then there are different points where the operator is required both with the city and COGCC to make notifications as well. The part you're mentioning is an additional part that we're working on as an educational benefit. That would be more along the lines of once the project is approved, providing education to the residents, what to look for in terms of emergency issues or things to be concerned with. And so that's not something that's in the manual, but it is part of our practice that we're developing in terms of the educational content. COGCC does this all the time. They develop, one-page flyers that the operators have to send out with certain things. So my expectation is that we as a city, as an oil and gas division, would develop that material and then require the operators to send it out to the residents at the appropriate time.
Okay, thank you. And I do have one more question, Mayor.
Councilmember Marcano.
Thank you. So with regards to resident notification specifically, I think the language that is used in our manual is surface owners and HOAs. Basically, get notifications. So who are we considering a surface owner here? Are you talking about the actual owner of a residential property, or just people that have a stake in the minerals?
It would be the legal owner of the property is what is currently required. Not the minerals, the surface property.
Okay. My concern with that, and I have experienced this having been a previous homeowner in an HOA, you're then relying on the HOA to disseminate information to the residents, and that does not always happen. So I'm wondering if there's a way we can change this so that you basically have to send something to each mailbox, for an owner or for an occupied property within a mile of a potential site, as opposed to relying on the neighborhood organization or something like that. I know that's an increase in postal cost, but otherwise I'm not sure you'll actually get notified, or everyone will actually get notified.
Right. That's the current rule. So we notify the homeowner association just as a courtesy, but every individual property owner within that area is notified as well. Now, I suppose one caveat would be if a particular property, let's say a house, is owned by someone that perhaps doesn't live there, they're renting it out, they live somewhere else. If they have a different mailing address, they're going to get that notification there. So there may be some opportunities for review here that I could add tenants as well, so that every actual residence or dwelling, gets a notification for sure, even if it's a rental situation where the actual property owner lives somewhere else.
Yeah, and that was what I was getting at, was notifications for tenants, basically.
Okay.
So thank you.
I'm going to add that in, and I will review. There's a couple of different places where there are notification provisions in the manual, and I can add that in for the next version of the ordinance that would go to a future council meeting.
Great.
Further questions, discussion? Seeing none, please proceed.
Very good. We're nearing the end, so good news. Thanks for your patience, everyone. There is after all the well regulations, there's a whole section of pipeline regulations we call midstream regulations. And in many cases, they're similar to the wells, but there are some key differences because this is the gathering systems that are all generally pipelines underground. They do connect to the wells on the surface and some other points of transfer around the area. But in general, everything is underground. We did remove some regulations because upon review by the legal team, they were found to be in conflict with federal and state regulations. Now, that was fine to include those in an operator agreement when it's an agreement between two parties, but once we moved to regulation language, we had to remove those. Those are generally around pipeline safety because those are all federal rules and regulations. We've added a 1 mile notification radius for a central gathering facility and associated facilities. So anything that's above ground, and a 350-foot notification radius for gathering lines, which of course are all below ground. We require midstream operators to only use water from Aurora Water. I think we mentioned that before. And another question from PED was, we did clarify that we're only talking about the use of Aurora Water within the city limits of Aurora. Some of these pipelines do go from the city, outside the city limits into unincorporated Arapahoe County or Adams County. And so we do not have jurisdiction over those sections of the pipelines. The operator has to apply to the other jurisdiction for those sections of the pipeline. And then just some clarification, appropriate separation distances on pipes during construction, depths of burial. And then we changed pigging of flow lines from quarterly to routine. I'll explain that. Pigging is a process of essentially cleaning a line where you insert a device into the pipeline that then is pushed through the line. It cleans out any buildup of hydrocarbon material. It also removes water that may have settled in the natural gas line. Previously, we required that to be done quarterly, even though COGCC requires every 3 years. We changed that to routine. The point here is that operators tend to do pigging whenever they find an operational need to do that. If they have reduced or increased pressures on the line, they will do that. Whenever you do this process, you do have to open the line up, which exposes hydrocarbons to the atmosphere. So to reduce emissions, we've brought this more in line with routine rather than a specific time period. Questions?
Seeing none, please proceed.
All right, this is the last slide of items and public comments. This is the other section, everything that didn't fit somewhere else. We added an objective at the beginning to be in line with Senate Bill 181. It just states that the purposes of our regulations are for the protection of public health, safety, welfare, environment, and wildlife resources. Future updates to the manual will only be by ordinance and after review by Oil and Gas Advisory Committee. So if we have future changes, we first go to the Oil and Gas Advisory Committee for review, and then we come back to City Council for an ordinance. We've added an annual inspection fee of $3,000 per well site plus $1,500 per well. This is not to generate income for the city. It only pays for our expenses in terms of inspector salary and equipment that we need for the inspections. We've added some clarity for fines and penalties to be charged, requiring reporting of noncompliance within 24 hours, and some additional requirements on emergency training. And of course, we've updated many definitions and other provisions. Questions?
Questions?
Mayor.
Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you. I guess since we're kind of like in the other slide, I did want to bring something up that I noticed in section 3306, outlining the chemical disclosures. I think we're just referencing Bennett in there and not the Bennett Watkins Fire Rescue or their fire protection district. I'm not sure which is the appropriate one, but I just wanted to bring that up in case it impacts something. And I did have another question. We use impervious as opposed to impermeable. And I understand that they are both synonymous. In architecture and engineering, we tend to use impermeable surfaces and membranes when discussing this. I just want to make sure there's not like a legal distinction between the two, and we're talking about regulatory framework.
I don't think there's any difference in the language. This was simply taken, again, we started with the best management practices from the operator agreements as the base. And so whatever was there, I left there unless there was a reason to change it. And so I think that was the term that came from the operator agreement.
All right, thank you.
But I'll research that. If it's more appropriate to use impermeable, we'll use that.
All right, thank you.
Further questions? Seeing none, please proceed unless this is your last slide.
Now I've got one more, and this is just items to be considered for the future. We've discussed some of these already. Cumulative impacts is a big one. And when we look and evaluate a permit application, we're looking at just that one well site and what are the parameters around that well site. But when you start to get multiple well sites in the area, cumulative impacts are something that we do need to consider. COGCC has new regulations on cumulative impacts and a new requirement for reporting or application, I guess, for cumulative impacts. I would like to wait and see what they're proposing and how their new rules and regulations really affect or what changes they make in approvals based on the cumulative impact material that's submitted by the operators. And at that point, we'll be able to judge whether or not we need to add some more stringent regulations or not. We have some additional air quality regulations requirements that we're looking at in the future. Increasing the continuous air monitoring frequency is one of those. And then we're also looking at installing some air quality monitoring that would be operated by the city in the future. Studying effects of oil and gas on disproportionately impacted communities. This is something that I think the reverse setbacks is an area where that falls under this bullet point. Considering additional financial bonding for surface remediation. We have to be careful here because we don't have authority over the downhole operations of the wells. That's where the bonding that COGCC requires comes into play. We don't want to assume their authority over the downhole plugging. So we have to be kind of careful in the terms of bonding that we require for the surface and make sure that we are very specific that it's only for surface remediation. But we are doing some analysis on that to understand. We have some wells that are being plugged within the city currently, and so I'm excited about that, and we're going to try to keep apprised of those processes and make sure that they're happening appropriately and that we're not finding a need for surface remediation before we make that decision. And then, of course, we're always discussing with emergency services to better prepare for incidents, public notifications. We discussed that already, drilling near special hazard sites, and reverse setbacks. So these are all things that are being considered for the future. The ordinance very simply creates a new chapter 135 in the Aurora City Code. We remove all the current oil and gas regulations from the UDO. We give Planning and Zoning Commission authority to make decisions on oil and gas location. And then, of course, as I mentioned previously, this notification provision, if a residence is being developed within an existing state setback, still remains in the UDO. So in summary, I'm very proud of our team. We've worked very hard to make these regulations the very best for Aurora. I believe we have what I wanted from the beginning, which is not a carbon copy of some other jurisdictions, but the rules and regulations that are best and most appropriate for Aurora's people and our environments. And I would request your vote to move this ordinance forward to a regular council meeting. And if you have any further questions, I'm happy to answer those now or in the future.
Further questions? Seeing none, the question before us is whether or not to move the oil and gas manual forward to first reading. Is there any objection? Seeing none, we'll move forward.
Thank you.
Thank you. Will the clerk please read the title of item number 4B?
Item 4B is a support letter for Board of Directors of E470 Public Highway Authority.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen.
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor. So this is simply a request to sign a letter of support to the E470 board. And I had asked the city attorney how to proceed with a letter of support. He advised me that it did need to come to study session, and then with a majority vote, then the letter would be able to come from the city of Aurora on city letterhead to the E470 board. I'm looking in the packet. I did have a revision to the letter. So is that available? I'm just wondering if that's included in our backup.
We were emailed it today, I know.
It was emailed. Okay. So yes, I did make a revision. And the reason I made the revision to the letter is I actually had a couple council members that had a concern about how the second paragraph read. So I did change that. Do you want me to read it, Mayor?
Please.
Okay. So I'll read the entire letter. To the E470 Board of Directors, on behalf of the City of Aurora, I write to officially express support for our duly appointed E470 board representative and for the position taken by our representative at two separate meetings of the E470 board regarding an unsolicited proposal sent to and evaluated by the E470 board. Specifically, the City of Aurora supports our representative's vote at the August 8th, 2019 and June 11th, 2020 Board of Directors meetings to reject the ROTUS proposal by the E470 Board of Directors. The City of Aurora feels that the decision of our representative to reject the unsolicited proposal is in the best interest of the city.
Well, first of all, let me just say I will not be signing. I will not be supporting this, and let me say why. And that is that I was state treasurer for 7 years, and I get that some of these are complicated, but you always get unsolicited proposals. I mean, you get them all the time. Anything that you receive where you don't have you didn't do an RFP for, you get, and I always got them, and I always evaluated them, not on the basis of whether or not it affected somebody's job, as I think this is being evaluated, but what is in the best interest of the taxpayers. And that, and you do two things. Then once you do the financial evaluation, then there's a decision tree going two different ways. Is it a negotiated deal or is it a competitive deal? And obviously, this would be something that would be written as a competitive deal, not a negotiated deal. And so you take the elements of it, and then you write it as a competitive deal. But I don't think the evaluation was ever done in terms of, I think, what should have been done. And so I will not be supporting it.
Okay,
Mayor,
Mayor, may I please respond?
Mayor Pro Tem, please.
Yes, so I just want to state that the 8 board members completely understood the ROTUS proposal. It was carefully reviewed and analyzed. We did go through it, and it was gone through twice. And I think it's insulting to the county commissioners, the mayors, and the council members that sit on the board of E470 to insinuate we didn't understand or review the proposal. I understand what you're saying about unsolicited proposals, but it's not just because it was an unsolicited proposal. It's because it is not a good proposal. And the board, like I said, rejected it twice unanimously. And we are a single purpose entity. We're not a state entity. I want to say for the public that even the committee that was formed to review it, they even admitted that E470 is very well managed and is very financially sound. We're not a troubled asset. And typically, a proposal like this that came forward is typically for a troubled asset.
That's not true.
And it is true. And RTD, and you can talk about HPTE, those were troubled assets that needed financial backing. We don't need it. And I want to just also say that we have done an excellent job. We froze the tolls since 2018. And we were actually looking to reduce tolls. We will be looking at that. We are recovering from a pandemic. Thank God that E470 was run so well financially that we had reserves and we were able to get through this pandemic and still be able to provide to the public excellent roads, do the projects that we promised. We're on time, we're in budget, and the debt for the E470 is going to be paid off in 21 years. So I just want to say that it's not true that it wasn't carefully considered. It was carefully considered. And right now we have 6 of 8 jurisdictions have already signed onto this letter. And we're awaiting one more and us tonight. So I just would like to know if I have any objections from the rest of council.
Mayor,
Are there any objections for the rest of council? Councilmember Coombs.
I don't object. I just want to make a brief statement. I do not believe that it would be responsible for us to auction off the future of our infrastructure for the sake of short-term gain, nor to reduce our ability to turn this into a public road, which is of greater benefit to the general public than a private toll road, which I believe this deal would do, based on past instances of toll roads that sold off their rights to outside entities and then remained toll roads for longer into the future than they planned or intended. So I absolutely support the E470 Authority and Mayor Pro Tem Bergen as our representative there in making that choice to put our long-term goals, plans, and assets above short-term gain.
And it does revert back to the state back to the authority over time. Further questions, further discussion?
Mayor Burzins.
Councilmember Burzins.
Thank you. I would just like to say that they did come to a study session. ROTUS came and E470 also came. And they gave presentations, and that's when Mayor Laguerre, I think he was the mayor then, and I believe it was a unanimous vote that we would not support it because we saw the shortcomings of ROTUS. And it's not that it was unsolicited. I don't think that had anything to do with it. But I just wanted to say, I was there. Maybe some of you others were there, but the presentation was not something that we wanted to happen for our E470. And like I said, I think it was a unanimous vote to say no to ROTUS.
Further discussion? Very well. Is there anybody besides the mayor in strong opposition? Seeing none, then it will move forward.
And Mayor?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
So I just want to clarify that letter. I would like to know when it will go out because it's already been drafted, been typed. And so it needs your signature, and I would like to know when it will go out to the E470 board, please.
I believe the Mayor Pro Tem can sign it.
No, we have 10 council members that are approving the letter. And my understanding is with a majority of 6 votes or more that the mayor would sign the letter. That's what I was told by the city
attorney. It's a question for the city attorney.
And Mayor, that's correct. The council rules actually, if it's brought to the study session and approved, it goes on council letterhead with the mayor's signature.
Very well. I will sign it. Under protest. With the clerk now, please. What's it?
Mayor, I've got a quick question. Are there 2 letters that are being considered? Was there a second letter that was?
There was a second letter that was sent, and that is the letter that I am asking to be signed, and I have the 10 council members.
Thanks for that clarification.
With the clerk now, please read the title of item number 4C.
Item 4C is council rules updates. So 4C1 is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Aurora, Colorado to modify the rules of order and procedure for the Aurora, Colorado City Council FSIR change.
Okay. If there are no objections, what I would like to do is that if there is anything that really requires a substantial debate, I would like to defer that specific item to the next study session. Is there any objection to doing that? Very well. Let's see, Luke.
Good evening, Mayor. Luke Palmisano, Intergovernmental Relations Manager. I'm here to present on a Rules of Order resolution related to the council rules for the Federal, State, and Intergovernmental Relations Committee with directions from FSIR Chair Lawson, Rachel Allen, and the City Attorney, with the City Attorney's Office, and I work to create an update to the rules related to the FSIR Committee. There's a specific council rule that addresses the FSIR committee that recognizes the committee has to act quickly in order to take a position on legislation and outlines a process for the committee to hold emergency meetings. However, the current rules do not explicitly allow for virtual or electronic meetings. The proposed changes takes the committee's current and past practices and aligns them with the council rules. This rule change would allow for virtual meetings with the appropriate 24-hour posting and would ensure that the committee can utilize email to conduct business, since that was not explicitly clarified in the rules. I'm asking for council approval for this item to move it forward to a regular council meeting.
Discussion? Is there any objection to moving it forward? Seeing none, item 4C1 will move forward.
Thank you.
4C2, would the clerk please read the title of item number 4C2?
4C2 is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Aurora, Colorado to modify the rules of order and procedure for the Aurora, Colorado City Council, administrative changes.
Discussion? Susan Barkman.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. Good evening. This particular change was not discussed as a part of the Rules Committee. However, Mayor Pro Tem, or then Mayor Pro Tem Johnston, asked us to bring this forward as time kind of was wrapping up with that particular committee. So this proposal does a couple of things. The first one is it adds a little bit of language around the travel process and what happens with credits and refunds and things like that. The other part to it is that it just moves some things around in the rules. We kind of figured if we were making a couple changes, it doesn't really change anything. There's not a language change outside of the travel pieces. It just shifts where it is, and it actually makes some of these things show up as an appendix, which makes it easier for us to find when we need it quickly.
Discussion on item number 4C2.
Mayor?
Councilmember Hiltz.
Oh, Johnston?
Councilmember Johnson.
That's okay. Yes, I just wanted to say I definitely support this. As Susan said, I wanted to make it easier for our next Mayor Pro Tem and for council and for staff, that there were just some cleanup language, things like table sponsorship and travel, as Susan said, and some of those things that we don't have to go through at length, and this resolution addresses all of that. And I wanted to separate it. I'll speak a little more on the next part, which I don't know if we need to really go into necessarily this evening, because I think it's a bigger discussion. But for this, these are things that we got consensus over, or that staff just made for administrative changes. So hopefully we can get unanimous support for moving that forward.
Further discussion on item number 4C2. Councilmember Berzins.
Thank you. You know, I do a lot of traveling, going to conferences. I guess Councilmember Lawson and I do the most. I'm not sure what this means when you're talking about, gosh, it's in such little print. Miscellaneous, let's see if I can find the page. It's on page 4 of 7. When you're talking about other travel related expenses may be reimbursed if requested, because not everyone asks for per diem. Some of us bring back receipts, and sometimes we ask for per diem. And it says rental car, parking fees, blah, 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 but it says equal or greater than $25. So I'm a little confused. If I fly into Washington and I get a Uber and it's $24.50, does that mean I can't be reimbursed for it? Why did you put a $25 cap minimum on it?
Councilmember Burzins, it's not a cap. What it's saying is that if you have an expense that's over $25, it does require a receipt. If there's not a receipt, then we have a missing receipt form that needs to be filled out. So it's not a cap. It's not any type of limitation or anything like that.
Okay, it's just you have to have a receipt for it.
Yep.
Okay, all right. And I had something else back up on when we're reserving a table. I can't find it. It's so much in here and so much. When we're going to an event and it's the 60% rule. I've been to events and I couldn't get a seat because everybody brought their spouse. You know, and maybe it's a table of 8 and there are only 4 council members and people brought their spouses. Do we have any rules for that?
We do, Mayor or Councilmember Burzins. We have the way it kind of works is where council members are supposed to have the first kind of dibs, if you will, on the seats at the table. And then I think it's a few days before the event, if we don't have all of the seats filled, then we open it up for council members to bring guests. So I'm not really sure what exactly happened in the times that you're referring to.
Well, how do you tell the mayor they can't bring his wife, you know?
Council rules.
Yeah.
I think I'd have to find a date. I don't know. Probably have to pay. Oh, no, I won't go there.
Oh, no.
We're not going there. Okay. Okay, is there any further discussion on
Yes.
4C2?
Bergen.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen.
Thank you, Mayor. So in this section of the study sessions, section 5, I know we decided on the calendar, which increases or changed us to having the study sessions on the Mondays and then the other 2 regular council meetings. But these study sessions are beginning to be like 4 to 5 hour long study sessions. Is there anything in here on time limits? Or is it just more managing the agenda?
I do not believe there is anything in there on time limits.
And if
there's certainly not in this, the changes for the administrative ones for this particular resolution, I do not believe there's anything in council rules about
okay.
time.
So if we wanted to make changes, would it go to the next rules committee then? To put some sort of parameter.
I think you all are discussing rules, so we can certainly add that in as part of this process. I think
Well, maybe my colleagues. I don't know if my colleagues want to weigh
in. Mayor.
Councilmember Coombs.
Yeah, I think if we're going to have any further conversation about time limits, we should defer it to Rules Committee.
Okay. Is there any objection to deferring that so that it would come up in the next study session? The issue of time limits? Okay.
Mayor, I'm sorry, can I clarify?
Please.
Not in the next study session, but I assume we're going to resume the Rules Committee because we did not address everything.
Let me defer to Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, and actually, we didn't do that when we did all the other board assignments. I know we were trying to get through that. So I do need to reconvene a rules committee, and then I guess we need to find out who wants to be on the rules committee. So yes, I would like to set a date and reconvene the rules committee. I'm just trying to think, how would we, are we going to ask for who wants to be on it by email? Are we allowed to do that, or do we need to do that today?
Let me defer to Councilmember Johnston, I believe it was just ad hoc. Whoever wanted to be on it was on it. Am I correct?
We actually had regular members on it. Occasionally other people would be on it, but I know Councilmember Murillo, Coombs, Marcano, Lawson, Gardner, and Burzins were fairly regularly on it. But the first names that I gave attended every meeting.
Okay.
Of course, and then Mayor, you were at about it, I think every meeting as well. So it was a large, policy committee meeting.
Okay. Well, and maybe a question for the city attorney on this. I assume that it's going to be a while. Well, we could delay bringing this forward to first reading to give the committee time to meet to be able to come up with a final version.
Mayor?
Councilmember Johnston.
And if I'm understanding this correctly, the issue with the timing for study session could be addressed at a future rules committee meeting, but under 4C3. This 4C2 is more administrative staff recommendation, so I think that could still go through if that's
okay. Is there any objection to moving 4.2C forward?
I have a question.
Councilmember Burzins.
I guess it's more of a comment. When we're talking about the calendar and rescheduling, I know it's in here somewhere. Remember, I told you that several weeks ago that the Accelerate Colorado trip would be the end of June, and we have a council meeting scheduled that Monday. So I just wanted to make sure everybody remembered that, and either it's going to have to be rescheduled with 100% of us voting, or you might not have a quorum. So I just want to remind everybody of that.
Okay.
If we can go to Washington in June.
Okay. Okay. Is there any objection to moving item number 4.2C forward? 4C2, I'm sorry, forward. Seeing none, item number 4C2 will move forward with item number 4C3, updates to the City Council Ad Hoc Rules Committee. Ms. Barkman.
Okay, thank you. So these changes are the ones that were discussed by the Ad Hoc Rules Committee, and I don't know, former Mayor Pro Tem Johnston, I don't know if you would like to elaborate more.
Yes, thank you. These are issues as we went through. Obviously, we had different opinions, so we put different, strike out some recommended language, that sort of thing. I'm actually asking my colleagues for us to talk about this at a future study session. I know it says 45 minutes recommended. Honestly, it would be even longer than that. And I don't know if it's even something that the new Mayor Pro Tem wants to just review or have. I'm not sure, but I think my opinion is having this whole discussion on it tonight after we've been meeting for hours.
Yes. Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, and thank you, Councilmember Johnston. I agree. I would prefer to let's just move this, or just defer it for now.
Okay. Is there any objection for deferring that? And then it would be subject to the new Mayor Pro Tem to decide how to proceed with it. Because I believe it's the Mayor Pro Tem that schedules it on study session on the agenda. Is there any objection? Seeing none, then in 4C3 will then lay over subject to the Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Gruber.
I didn't want to bring this up in a discussion after you had already asked the question, but the first element of the rules change our oath, or have a recommended change of oath, where we remove the phrase "so help me God" from the oath. if you don't mind, I would appreciate sending this to the Aurora Community of Faith to have their input, since it's already a draft proposal now, and then we'll bring that back to the Rules Committee.
Okay, and that's in 4C3.
Correct.
So you have that discretion as a member of council to do that, and so that's something that you can do as an individual member.
All right, thank you, Mayor.
Okay,
Mayor,
Councilmember Coombs.
I'd just like to make a brief comment on that issue, which is just that I want to remind us that there are many faiths represented in our city, and so perhaps we can look at this issue being one where each member convenes with the chief judge prior to giving the oath to determine which position of faith may be appropriate to them, rather
Well,
than
I think
all
that
faiths to one that represents not all faiths.
if we could go back to the I'm not saying it's a motion because we formally can't do motions here, but it'd be defer. Is there any objection to deferring item number 4C3 and then having the Mayor Pro Tem decide how to proceed with it? Seeing none, then the Mayor Pro Tem will decide how to proceed with item number 4C3. Items from the city manager. Item number 5. Would the clerk please read the title of item number 5A?
5A is for Housing and Community Services Department update regarding new programs.
Okay, I believe this is informational only. Jessica Prosser.
Good evening, Mayor and members of council. This is really just a short update on the new programs, both the mental health co-responder program, as well as the youth initiative, the youth violence prevention / empowerment, as we're kind of referring to it at this point, where we're at with sort of where these programs will be nested within the organization and where we're at in terms of recruiting for these positions. So I will be pretty brief. Just wanted to kind of go through the things that we've done. I'll show an org chart. We have taken a position that historically was the supervisor of the neighborhood liaisons. We've reclassified that position to be more focused on overall community engagement. This is something that's coming out of strategic planning. It's also coming out of a lot of the needs we've seen related to COVID and how we're kind of getting feedback loops from the community. So this was a vacant position that we've been able to restructure that would be able to work with these programs that are all focused on engaging the community. And then with the 2 new programs, a total of 6 positions that we've created as part of the youth violence prevention program, and then 1 position under the mental health co-responder. This may be a little bit small. This is just sort of a overall org chart of my department, with the focus really here being on the new division where that's highlighted in yellow, wherein we've nested the mental health co-response, the youth violence prevention, and our 2 existing neighborhood liaisons, and adding a 3rd neighborhood liaison like we've had previously under that division. That division will obviously work closely with our homeless programs, with our housing programs, and our different community partnerships that we have through those other programs. So quickly, this is kind of an overview of what the community engagement manager will do. We're going to be looking for somebody that's had previous experience working with youth programs in the community, working with community partners, running grant programs, understands RFP processes, and can also help create kind of a community engagement framework for the organization and how we outreach, not only in this department, but others. So this position has a job description and has gone through the budget process and is ready for recruitment. The youth violence prevention empowerment, the program manager position is also ready to go. This was HR worked with other cities, pulled other job descriptions together. We looked at alignment across the organization as well. The manager position will really be responsible for fully creating this program, working across the organization, working with community groups to define what the goals and objectives are, pulling together an action table of key folks, both internally and externally. So we've started to have some of those collaborative meetings internal to the organization, and then we'll be pulling that out externally once we have this person hired. We're also going to begin recruitment for 2 outreach specialists. The funding allows for up to 6 positions. We think that it makes sense to hire the program manager and 2 outreach specialists to begin with. Again, sort of define what's needed as part of the program, and then with the intention of hiring the rest of the positions by the end of the year once we have a more clear vision of exactly what they will be doing. These folks will be really out in the community, coordinating with other entities, and really, working across both this department as well as others to work with at-risk youth. So all these positions are ready to go for recruitment, and we intend to post them, within the next week or so. And we'll certainly let council know when we've done that. So if you all have different people to sort of share that out from a recruitment perspective, that would be helpful. The mental health co-responder position, we're still working to refine the job description there. Again, we've talked with several other cities about their programs, what's helpful, and we'll probably most likely begin recruitment in mid-February. And again, this is kind of the org chart. And that's all I really had for a presentation tonight, to just know that we are moving forward with those programs. And at this point, we're ready to begin recruitment, and I'm happy to take any questions from council.
Questions?
Councilmember Hiltz.
Councilmember Hiltz.
Thank you. I just wanted to point out that this is not a co-responder program. It's the opposite of a co-responder program. The Cahoots style program that we funded as a pilot is just it's a mental health response, but it's not co-responding with the police. That's the crisis response team that we already have. So I just want to be really careful how we talk about that program, because right now it's titled as something that undermines the intent of what we funded.
And Councilmember Hiltz, we can certainly work on the exact wording. We're thinking of co-response in the sense of paramedic and mental health provider going out, and those 2 being a co-response together. But I will definitely take your point into consideration in terms of exactly the branding and the terminology. And again, I don't think we're quite ready to roll that out into the community, and have some meetings set up this month to try to help us refine, the language and how we want to talk about that even before recruitment.
Yeah, great, thank you. Because what we call the co-responder program is how the current crisis response team has been branded for years. And so in order to make sure that we can build that community trust in the program, it needs to be its own distinct program. And this makes it sound like this is the exact same thing, because it's the exact same language that the police department uses when they're promoting the crisis response team, which can make it really difficult when we're trying to collect data so that we can compare the 2 programs at the end of the pilot.
Okay.
Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen.
Yes, Jessica, I don't understand why we're creating a new division. I understand that, you want to remove the youth violence from being under the management of the police. But why would this not just all fall under the neighborhood services manager? Because it's community engagement, community outreach, rather than create new FTEs and a new division.
So the neighborhood support manager is really code enforcement. And so that division is focused on more specifically code enforcement. The neighborhood liaisons have traditionally sort of been their own division. When their supervisor left in late 2019, the neighborhood liaisons moved under code enforcement as kind of a temporary situation. And so we've had that position vacant. So it's not really creating something completely new in the sense that we have had that group in the past within the Housing and Community Services Department. Part of the reason, and the youth violence prevention, it was supposed to be a new program with multiple new FTE. We want that program to be really well supported. And so having kind of an overall manager that's looking beyond just youth at the other initiatives happening both within the department and the organization helps provide leverage with funding. It helps provide leverage with outreach. And we think will make the program more robust than just completely standing alone all by itself.
So can I ask, okay, so two questions. Where was it supposed to go when it was proposed to us, the youth violence? Because I thought it was supposed to report under something else. And then the neighborhood, where are the neighborhood liaisons? Where do they fall right now?
The neighborhood liaisons would be within the community engagement division, along with youth violence prevention and the mental health program.
Neighborhood engagement at the bottom. Is that what it is?
Yes.
Those are our current liaisons?
We have 2 current, and we would be hiring a third. We used to have 3. And so,
and is Margie Cannon the manager still?
So she was the supervisor over the neighborhood liaisons, and Margie's position is the one that is essentially this community engagement manager position that's been vacant. We reclassified the position.
Okay, thank you.
Further discussion. Councilmember Lawson.
Jessica, I know we kind of had a discussion about this. What I don't want to get lost is within the Youth Violence Prevention and Empowerment Program that we make sure that we do, whoever that manager is has that AGRIP program underneath there, because I just don't want that program to get lost in what was in part of that programming that we had. So I know we're reinventing, but I'm just kind of a little bit nervous that we're not going to incorporate that anti-gang piece into this youth prevention. I know we're talking about, outreach and all that, but I do want to make sure that is a focal point within this youth violence prevention empowerment program.
Absolutely. And Councilmember Lawson, that is very clearly stated in the job descriptions.
Okay, thank you.
Further discussion.
Mayor Dave Gruber.
Councilmember Gruber.
Could we have the city manager's thoughts on this, please? I agree with Councilmember Lawson. We've got many moving pieces. We've applied a lot of resources. I just would like the city manager to provide comment on this.
Sure, excuse me. Sure, Councilmember. What exactly would you like me to comment on?
Well, the organization, we've got, again, we have neighborhood services, we've got code enforcement, we've got this new area we're talking about, we've got police and fire. Just your thoughts on the, we don't want, and again, I agree with Councilmember Lawson, we don't want to tie AGRIP and the newer programs under the police, but we do want to have some coordination with the police, but I believe council may have added complexity, and I'm just wondering how you as city manager want to deal with that complexity within your organization.
Well, I think, having this community engagement manager will allow us to have someone who's overseeing, they are somewhat different functions that are in that organizational chart, but will allow one person to oversee those different functions. I guess I'd say that it makes sense to me. I think we do want to have these outside of the police department, but at the same time, knowing that we'll be working with the police department on some of these.
Further discussion.
Mayor?
Councilmember Johnston.
Hi, thank you. Jessica, I just wanted to, I guess I'll call it the mental health responder or the Cahoots Dasher program. What's the timeline of when that will be rolled out?
So Councilmember Johnston, like I said, we're finishing up the job description. I hope to have that posted very soon. We're also having discussions with, other communities and how they're set up. I believe we're working on setting up a scoping meeting with both Falk and Aurora Mental Health, where we've completed some agreements with them related to this program. And so now we're getting down into the details of exactly how it will function, how we will communicate the rollout to the public, getting some community feedback in terms of, anything from what it's called to, letting the public know that this exists. And so, reasonably on the timeline, I would say we're a couple months out, but not far. We've got some, initial agreements put together, and just, really coordinating with dispatch and coordinating with our internal departments, and then the rollout to the community is kind of the next steps.
Thank you.
Further discussion.
Mayor.
Councilmember McConnell.
Thank you. I've already had some non-government organizations and like some faith community members reaching out about wanting to partner with our Keep the Lights On program. Should I just be sending them to you in the interim until we get all that stood up? Jessica?
That would be fine. And I'll also be, coordinating with Claudine and the police department as well on some of these programs, but happy to be the point of contact in the interim until we get a program manager hired.
All right, great. Thank you.
Further discussion. Seeing none, is there, there's no action item on this. It's for information only. Items from the city council. Seeing none, call-ups of council policy committee items.
Mayor.
I'm sorry. Councilmember Bersons.
You didn't give me time to unmute. I was wondering, when are we going to talk about the COVID and the homeless, that situation? When are we going to discuss that or get more information?
Jessica.
Sure. Councilmember Bersons, I'll be prepared with another update on Wednesday during the COVID call. A lot of the next steps depend on testing that was done yesterday by Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment, that we should be able to have results about tomorrow. So I do plan to provide an update during the COVID call on Wednesday.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Miscellaneous items. Seeing none, items removed from the agenda, if any. Seeing none. Thank you, everybody. Meeting is adjourned.
Hold tight, I'll be here with you all night.